Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to the sixth edition of Social Samosa's marquee virtual conference, SMLive, celebrated and created for the medium that is the reason for our very existence. Yes, social media. Every year, SMLive creates conversations and insights on benchmark industry practices, trends, and challenges on the occasion of World Social Media Day. We started this journey in 2017, way before virtual panels were cool, and intend to continue this legacy property with an aim to make voices in the digital space stronger and louder. Today, we speak to a range of industry stalwarts as they discuss trending topics such as purpose in marketing, music on Instagram Reels, Web3 and NFTs for advertising and marketing, the state of social for brands, B2B marketing, OTT marketing, and much more. I'm Khyati Kawa, your host for this day, and please request all of you to join us in this amazing journey. Here's wishing all of you a very happy World Social Media Day. Now, before we move ahead, I would like to take a moment to give a quick shout out to our gifting partners, the June Shop, Spice Story, 4700 BC, Fitspire, Moonshine, Tags, Artisante Fine Foods, Coffeeza, and The Switch Fix. Thank you, all of you, for your support. Now, I would like to invite on our virtual stage, amidst your virtual applause, Hitesh Rajwani, founder and CEO, Social Samosa Network, to commence this knowledge sharing conclave. A very warm welcome to you, Hitesh. Over to you.
Thank you, Kathy. Thanks a lot for the introduction. And I think it's been a great journey to even have you as a host for a lot of our events. So welcome everyone else who's tuned in. Happy Social Media Day to each one of you. I hope you are exploring the power of social media the way it should be. So like Kathy said, and like we've also been mentioning in our notes, that for Social Samosa, social media is the very reason of our existence, and the medium has not just been a been a catalyst for our growth, but it's created an ecosystem in itself, whether it is enabling two-way communication for brands, or it is about providing livelihood to a number of agencies who've come up in the last 10 to 15 years, or it's about creators who got the power of building their own audience, building their personal brands with social media. So without further ado, I would like to invite our first session for the day, which is a keynote with Mr. Arun Srinivas. He's the Director Global Business Group India at Meta. And Arun is an industry professional with over 25 years of experience across sectors. So welcome to SMLive, Arun, and a very happy Social Media Day to you too.
Thank you so much, Hitesh. Pleasure being here as always.
Yeah. I think we had a quick conversation with you in the lockdown times when Meta was working with Spotify back then on a bunch of campaigns. So good to have you back here, Arun. I hope you're keeping well.
Yeah, thanks so much, Hitesh. I hope everyone is well too. So, we've all learned to deal with the pandemic, I guess, in a hybrid way. So all good. Thank you so much.
So, like, to quickly start this conversation, Arun, I would want to understand from you what social media means to you as a person, and what does it mean to you as a professional from the industry?
See, I think one is obviously, I first logged into Facebook in 2007. So it's been 15 years. And I think social media has really helped me be in touch with friends and family, right? That was the first way we all started using it, at least back then, in terms of what people were doing, what they were up to, sharing pictures, sharing literally, let's say, life moments, if I can use that word. And obviously it's evolved from there. Today, I think even as a person, before I go into the professional space, I think I use it a lot to just keep up with what's happening in the world in terms of news. I think we consume news far more on social media possibly than on television channels or print. I also use it a lot to figure out what's new out there, because I've discovered a lot of stuff for the first time, in many businesses and categories, etc., on social media, even as a consumer, and you're piqued by their interest that these new brands generate, and obviously end up buying some as well. So that's what it means. Yeah, I think it's very much part of our world, and even more so, I think, because I have to keep pace with my kids, who are both on Instagram, and obviously it's very difficult when the next gen is obviously born in an era when social media is the primary mode of communication, even to their friends and family on messaging and whatnot. So it's really difficult in really keeping pace with them on all features, even for someone who works at Meta.
So and speaking of your first instance of Facebook, that's something you said around 2007. And I believe
That's right.
Social media has become mainstream in that time frame from 2007 till today. And for the longest of time, Facebook has been synonymous to social media platform, the social media in general. So after so many years of being in Facebook, being in business as Facebook earlier and now Meta, what are some of the core propositions you think Facebook or the Meta ecosystem is offering to brands and businesses at large?
Yeah, I think, see, the platform and the whole, social media landscape, and of course, Facebook within it, has obviously undergone a sea change, right? So as I said, in 2007 and 8, what started off as really, a tool to just stay connected with, your network, if I can use that word, between friends and family, has obviously morphed into a situation where, with technology, of course, helping that significantly, be it smartphone penetration or, 4G, access. Today, we have more than, let's say 440 million people in India, who use Facebook every month, of which 280 use it every day. So, that's almost like, 1/3 of the population is on Facebook in India, literally. And you have about 60% of that 1/3, actually accessing the platform every day. And similar numbers are there, obviously, for Instagram and WhatsApp as well. So people spend a lot of time on our platforms, because it's the primary mode, as I mentioned, of really discovering everything that's happening around them. Now, specifically for brands and businesses, because, having been a marketer on the other side, I think all of us as marketers want to make sure, we reach audiences. And today, as I mentioned, with these kind of numbers, you would be literally sitting right above many television channels as well in terms of reach. So firstly, I think the medium Facebook itself offers reach. Facebook plus IG offer even greater reach. And secondly, I think we've also spent more than a decade in building what I would call the most powerful discovery engine in history. So because Meta platforms, which is both Facebook, Instagram, is really where brands and products discover their customers. So it's not just, I think, about your network and potentially the accounts you follow in terms of celebrities or news, etc., but basis your interests, and obviously what you like and what you consume, a curated set of businesses can start advertising to you, basis your interests. And obviously, let's say in theory, if I were to look at what we offer to the world versus, a print ad or a television channel where you could consume all categories, many of which may not be of interest to you. Here, you almost get the most, I'd say, AI-generated potent combination of what you like and what you enjoy. So I think that combination works for you. Therefore, obviously, as I said, you discover many new offers or things about the brands that are large and meaningful to you, or equally completely new to world brands as well. So I think those are the strengths of our platforms. And obviously this helps not just, as I mentioned, large businesses, but also many new age small businesses to really scale as they go along, because otherwise, again, having been a marketer on the other side, every time even you want to launch a variant of a large brand, you have to put some money on the table to reach them through conventional mediums.
Right. And like speaking of the numbers that you quoted of Facebook or Meta ecosystem in general, in India, like by and large, the perception has been that social media is more of an urban phenomena. But over the last 5 years, we've seen a massive growth in social media users coming from tier two, tier three cities in India. Some of them like even call it the narrative of Bharat, like the Bharat audience. So, how do you see businesses connecting with people in what we know as Bharat in today's day and age? Do you think social media or even the Meta ecosystem is effective for brands to go regional, to go deep and wide?
Well, absolutely. See, with the kind of reach, as I mentioned, that I was speaking overall about, where literally 1 in 3 people in India are on Facebook alone. This is not no longer an urban phenomenon, right? Because we also know the urban population is typically 33%. So obviously, it's not that everybody in urban only is using this, and everybody in rural is literally turned off, Facebook or Instagram. What we've also seen is, if you just look at the top 100, followed Facebook pages, which have, let's say, typically a couple of million followers in India, more than 50% of them are from non-metro cities. Similarly, even for Instagram, which even I had this popular perception, right, when I joined the company a couple of years ago, that maybe 70-80% of Instagram, is really from the top 7 metros, and that number is under 30%. So we see that more than 40% of Instagram, again, for the most followed accounts, are actually small towns and what we call rural. Recently I was in Kashmir, on a vacation, and with very, let's say, power is there only for 5 hours a day, in certain parts of those villages, etc. But everybody there I met, had an Instagram account, Facebook account, was on WhatsApp, so obviously is consuming all of this even in the remotest parts of our country.
True. And like coming to what the future beholds for social media, Meta has introduced the world of metaverse to the ecosystem at large. There are a good bunch of creators who are exploring the metaverse. We see some great amount of interest from brands on metaverse. So, like, can you take a step back and tell us what Meta actually means for social media users, and how is it that brands and businesses could become first movers on metaverse?
Yeah. See, I think in some sense, like what we are seeing the metaverse really as the third generation of the internet, right? If you go back to the 90s, the first generation of the internet was really about basic information, as I call it, the information age, where you were able to send mail, just go to a website, possibly browse, may not even be able to transact, right? So that was really the, if you go back to our desktops, etc., those days, even that was a great boon, where you were instantaneously able to send communication between various parts of the world, because prior to that, you obviously had to rely on only postal communication. Step two was really what we call, the interactive age, really where platforms like Meta, platforms like obviously Google, Amazon, etc., came in. So you were able to not just share, like, comment, search, buy, all of these things started coming in. And that's what's been prevalent, I guess, in different parts of the world over the last 15 years, right? Or 20 years, depending on whether you started in the US or India. The next stage will really be what we think is far more immersive experiences, with more technology, evolution of technology, high-speed broadband, 5G, etc. We find that, you will be, far more able to experience things that you have not in a 2D form. So for what it means is, for example, for a user, it could mean that I could attend Harry Styles or Rihanna's concert sitting here, feeling that I'm part of the crowd. So what I'm trying to say, so you can imagine zillions of things that the metaverse could, in theory, offer, right, for all kinds of events and businesses. So whether it's a concert, whether it is somebody's graduation, whether it is various parts of a family having dinner together, I mean, all of these are, I think, use cases that individuals can experience. Equally for businesses, imagine like today, for example, we've all been through the pandemic. We've had Zoom classes for, let's say, children in schools. But with the metaverse in a 3D environment, you'll feel that the teacher and the student are sitting in the same class. The teacher will be able to observe whether the student is, really understanding or partaking the lessons accurately, will be able to therefore, possibly intervene, rather than it'll be a far more dynamic medium, and more a real-time medium. So these are, I think, so whether it is shopping, whether it is education, or whether it is fitness and gaming, we've seen, again, let's say during the pandemic, lots of yoga classes or fitness classes sitting at home. So imagine, again, these being far more immersive and real. Gaming, I think, many of the games, including Fortnite, etc., already are heralded in that direction. Microsoft itself is also committed to, obviously the whole metaverse, and, how they will also make it immersive, because metaverse is not, I would say, Meta's foray into the future. It's really the future of the internet. What we are visioning is that, we want to take our company, obviously, much ahead on that roadmap, by working with, all the constituents, be it, creators on one side, companies on the other side, or even small businesses, etc., or large businesses on the other side, to really see, how can we herald all of us into the metaverse together. So that's broadly, let's say, a snapshot of some of the use cases.
And like, what are some of the things you think businesses should be doing right now to make sure that they don't lose out in this race to adapt to the metaverse, or how can they build their businesses for metaverse of tomorrow?
Yeah, see, I think, again, it's an interesting question, right? Because even if you go back to the previous era, everyone did not put up the website on day one. Everyone did not, equally create a link to a search engine or to a Facebook page or to an Amazon, checkout on day one. I think different businesses will, obviously follow their own curves into moving into the metaverse firstly, right? I mean, I think what we are encouraging people to do is to experiment as much as possible with tools and technologies that are already available. I'll give an example today. Metaverse will be far more immersive on a 3D medium. We have many immersive experiences today, like augmented reality. We've seen a lot of Indian companies, including companies in the auto space, companies in the fashion space, where the pandemic forced them to try on AR filters for, let's say, tryouts on Myntra on one side, or even checking out virtual test drives on a Hyundai or Maruti on the other side, right? So what we would encourage is, like, use a lot more of these immersive experiences, because the bridge to the metaverse will be much simpler. Similarly, online video, just with the numbers that I spoke about, is here to stay, right? So, and especially within that, whether you look at long form, or the short form, these are here to stay, because, video makes up more than 50% of the time that people spend on Facebook, and equally, almost 45% of our accounts on Instagram interact with Reels, and, 80% of Reels are viewed sound on. So people are immersing themselves in new age formats of storytelling. So I think, again, businesses can do a lot to understand where consumers are, and again, figure a way out of obviously developing content, that engages them, piques their interest, so that obviously they start considering these, as they get into the path to purchase.
Got it. And like, I know for a fact that Meta for small businesses, like, there are a good bunch of case studies out there. I remember attending one of the sessions from Aman Gupta at Boat, and he was also talking about how their initial growth came from Facebook ads back in the day. And like, there are a good bunch of case studies already available for D2C brands as well. But what are the kind of solutions that a Meta ecosystem offers for larger businesses in the country? When I say larger businesses, the reason is to understand how they are doing things different with Meta and Meta set of apps as compared to any other smaller business out there.
Yeah, see, I think, if you look at, again, from a marketing problem, you want to reach, as audiences across the ecosystem, the relevant target audiences across the ecosystem with the right message. Given that, a large section of the population is on Meta platforms, obviously, even for large businesses, it makes a lot of sense to figure out how to reach them firstly and with what message. And we've seen a lot of innovations here as well, right? So, for example, even a company like Marico, they launched a Veggie Clean, which was about cleaning vegetables during the pandemic. So they realized that the target audience is likely to be far more digital, for example, and therefore they ran a lot of video ads in promoting how to use the product. And this drove obviously very high brand awareness, especially amongst millennial women. So, you have let's say, use case even for a new brand from a large company. Similarly, I'm saying, if I look at, brands like Eno, which we spoke about Bharat earlier. So Eno, for example, what they did was they very specifically focused on, certain parts of the Hindi belt and partnered with our creator, which we brought to the table, which was basically the Chacha Chaudhary comic. So Chacha Chaudhary and Eno came together where, using the Chacha Chaudhary animation, they were able to build a lot more on acidity and use cases of Eno, which generated a lot of interest amongst the right audience. So whether it was reaching Bharat, in one extreme like Eno, and we've seen, for example, their sales uplift, and their ROI, etc., were at record levels in these markets. Similarly, I'm saying on the Marico case on a new brand, Lakme, for example, used an AR filter equally, beautifully to, because, the biggest challenge in makeup is that you have 30, 40, 50 shades, every time you launch a new lipstick. How do you make sure that the customer is able to try as many as you can, because obviously they will neither have the time, but with the AR filter, they were able to literally change the shade of color on the, consumer's lips, literally, on her phone. So the consumer realized how she was looking, using each of these shades, and was therefore able to, decide or get interest again. And this was again a novel way of, I would say, obviously building, let's say, awareness about a new product. So we've seen, multitude of use cases across formats. Similarly, I think Clean and Clear, for example, used, a lot of vernacular creatives, right? To very specifically go behind teenage girls and boys in smaller towns. So we've seen again, large brands actually adopt different strategies using our several surfaces and solutions, in their quest for building either the brand or growth.
Right. And like you were also talking about how the last 2 years things have been different in the macro environment, and businesses have been, like, some of them have been resilient by choice, but most of them have been forced to be resilient. And given this new reality that we are in, and we don't know how the times in future would also look like, so what's your advice to businesses right now on how they should view digital marketing in general? What are some of the, what is the ideal framework for businesses to be prepared for the future?
See, I think the last 2 years obviously have been a tectonic shift, right? So we almost made strides of 5 years, let's say, in 2 years. But I think what we are seeing is that both user logins and engagement continue, as well as they did, in the peak of the pandemic. It's not that people are therefore, we are living in a hybrid world, which we all realize, and people are still consuming content, digitally far more than they were, let's say, pre-pandemic. So our advice to marketers is obviously fish where the fish are, figure out what people are doing in terms of their habits, spend money, and especially in this economic environment, let's work together to really get the most out of, every buck. That's really our framework and advice. So obviously we work with each advertiser on their objectives and see how best we can fulfill them through our platforms.
Right. Thank you, Arun. Thank you for these insights. I think we'll end this keynote with a quick rapid fire, since it's World Social Media Day and we want to know more about you and in general. So I'll just ask you quick 5 questions, and if you could answer those. The first one being, what do you post the most about on your Facebook or your Instagram handle?
I'd say holiday pictures. Yeah.
Right. And which emoticon do you use the most on your WhatsApp?
Smiley.
That's nice. Even I use the same, and it's quite common.
Yeah.
Anything I post will have a smiley in it. The accounts you enjoy following the most across Facebook, IG, Meta ecosystem?
I'd say Virat Kohli, definitely. And for maybe most of his awe-inspiring fitness videos. And Karthik Aryan for his humor.
Right. So, and you said that you have two teenage kids. So, do you know more about social media, or they know more?
100% they know more. There is no question, because my daughter will even know when, any event happens or anything new is going to come even before I do sometimes, so I think they're all avid born on Instagram kids. So it's difficult to keep pace.
And last one, the one social media trend that you just didn't get, like you were like, what is this?
Oh, honestly, I can't remember. So, no, I'm just thinking,
Are there many of them, or like?
No, I think there were the series of possibly what do you see in the picture? I think after the first one, uh, the other ones I really didn't get. I think the first one was still possibly path breaking, right? Whether it was blue or black or whatever, right? And
All right, all right. So I think there are a good bunch of questions which have come up, and probably we don't have as much time, but we'll try curating these questions
sure.
and send it to you, and probably you could answer them at your convenience. Thank you, Arun. Thanks a lot for your time. If you want to share any closing thoughts with our audience, please feel free to do that.
No, thank you so much for having me. I think social media is here to stay and continue to grow and link all of us and build connections and help us discover the world. It's only going to become more and more, mainstream. And I hope, obviously, we all get to see the 3D version of social media as well, as soon as we can. So with that, thanks for having me here. A pleasure to be here.
Great, great. Happy Social Media Day to you once again, Arun. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Arun and Hitesh. This session has given us some much needed food for thought, and I'm sure after this session, we all are waiting for the 3D version of social media. Next on the agenda, ladies and gentlemen, we have today Pooja Manek and Arushi Periwal from Talented, as they will talk about purpose in the post pandemic world. I'd like to invite Pooja and Arushi on screen. A very warm welcome to both of you.
Hi,
Hi, Pooja. Hello, welcome.
thank you. I hope you can see us, hear us. Everything is good.
Yes, hello, Arushi. Welcome to you too.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you. Very happy to be here.
So, happy World Social Media Day to both of you. And I'm going to leave the screen over to the two of you now.
Thank you so much. Likewise to everyone hearing us. We have a bunch of things we want to talk about in the next 40 minutes. Obviously, if you have questions, leave it on the chat and we can pick it up. All right. I am just going to see if I can present. Is there a way to?
Yep, there'll be a share screen
Oh,
option.
one second, right here. 1 second. Okay. Right. No, but it's not giving me a link. Okay, should I just start without the deck, and Arushi, your part is when I can figure this?
Done.
Okay. All right, guys. It's social media day and I'm having technical glitches, so I'm not sure if it's happy enough. But without further ado, this is Pooja and that is Arushi, and we're from the Talented Agency. And if you're wondering what is Talented Agency, I'm just going to just copy paste what the co-founder PG Aditya said about, like, while introducing Talented Agency, which is we are the youngest agency with the oldest reputation. And if you're still wondering how that is possible, I'm sure you guys must have heard of the Unfiltered History Tour, which did an entire world tour with the awards that it won, Cannes, the NAD, Curious, and everything else on the platter, right? And yes, the core team of Unfiltered History Tour is, not surprisingly, the founding team of Talented. So it's only fair that we start this session today while talking about Unfiltered History Tour. This is not paid promotion at all. I am just talking about Unfiltered History Tour because especially when we talk about social media and great use of social media and where we are heading with creativity, social media, and purpose, which is the topic for us today. There's no better example I can open this talk with, because there is good use of social media, and then there is use of social media for good. And I think the best social first purpose-led campaigns manage to do both. And that's what Unfiltered did brilliantly in terms of innovating, relooking at how Instagram AR filters can be used and how can these filters actually be used for good. If you don't know about Unfiltered history tour, I would recommend watching the case study. But in a nutshell, it was this guerrilla campaign where you could use the Instagram filter, AR filter, for an immersive experience into the British Museum without the British Museum's notice. Yeah, we're cheeky like that. And you could just scan the artifacts and actually know the true story from the people who belong to these countries and who actually want these artifacts back in their country, because it's a symbol of their heritage and it's so much more to them, right? So yes, that's Unfiltered history tour. Now, just in terms of what we're going to, a bunch of things that we want to cover today, and I want to start with how all of us, how all of us started, like questioning our worth and questioning our purpose during the pandemic, right? And I'm hoping I'm speaking for the crowd here, where all of us started wondering whether we're in the right field, whether we're doing the right job, whether, like everything, whether we're getting paid enough, whether this is what I wanted to do in life, right? And I think pandemic had this systemic shift in all our lives where we wanted to relook at everything, right? And what the brands had to do during this time is something that I'm just going to talk about. Like one great example of something that we did when we used to work on Tinder at Web Chutney was the fact that when the pandemic hit, and obviously all of us were scared and we all were wondering what to do and lockdown and everything else, I think the knee-jerk reaction for everyone who handles social is, hey, let's pause all content on social, right? That's usually how we think of not being tone deaf and not coming across as insensitive. And I think even on Tinder, our knee-jerk reaction was, okay, yes, no, we're not obviously going to talk about dating and swiping and matching, right? But I think it took us like a day or two to shake ourselves up and think of how can we still be relevant, right? The thing is that we tend to think that audiences are only seeing when we are talking, right? And what we are talking. But what we don't realize is that the audiences are also seeing when we are not talking and when we are not tweeting. And I think that's when we realize that, okay, as Tinder, we used to always amplify the audience's tweets, right? Like RT was something like one button that I think is synonymous to Tinder social media presence, right? And we realized that we've always RT'd fun tweets and we've always RT'd a lot of things about, like, from the community to the community. And if not now, then when, right? That's the question we asked ourselves in terms of, let's be relevant, let's be there for the community, even if we're not talking about dating, and we definitely shouldn't. Let's just retweet everything, every tweet where someone wants help, right? We all already have a big clout and people were looking for a lot of help, from oxygen beds to so many other things, right? And that's when we realized that, yes, we can stand for something beyond ourselves, beyond our product, beyond the brand itself. And that's how we just managed to harness the power of RT for something really, really beyond that, right? One more example of, how brands are also thinking of a product out shift, in this narrative, which is, I don't know how many of you know about Google's newest Google Pixel 6 phones, right? The fact that they have a real tone software now in those phones, which actually finally, after all these years, gives justice to the photos of people of color, right? I mean, historically, all the cameras did not, like, never ever acknowledged the true color, of people of color. And I think the fact that it is becoming a shift from the product itself and not really just a campaign, but Real Tone is a software that Google has developed. in collaboration with the community of photographers who are people of color, just shows how many strides brands are also taking to actually come across as very committed to purpose, right? With that, I'm going to let Arushi take over. She's going to talk about a bunch of approaches through which we can drive purpose for brands. Arushi, meanwhile, I'm just going to try to share screen, but you can go.
So Pooja spoke about an audience that notices when you're tweeting or when you're talking and when you're silent, which means that there's a rise of a conscious consumer, right? People like you and me who wouldn't want to associate ourselves with a brand that doesn't stand for any societal issue, whether it's ecological, whether it's economical, whether it's political, any of that. There's a massive chunk of us who would disassociate ourselves or remove ourselves from a brand. And that number is a glaring 64%, which means that purpose has now become a part of the DNA of a brand. You can't associate a brand with almost nothing in just what the product brings through in terms of features, right? It's become an important purpose-led communication that's day on and day in. You cannot do it once, you cannot do it twice. It's showing up every single day, and which is why purpose becomes it's a non-optional. And there are various ways to do purpose. Today, we've just put together 2-3 ways in which we think maybe you can get like a head start to what purpose is for us and how we've tackled it. And there are a billion campaigns around the world that have done it so well. One of which is, when you think of purpose, what is it when you can commit to a long-term change, right? Committing to a long-term change is also a purpose that you can marry your brand with. Now, when we say change, it is about improving a behavior of a brand as much as it improves operations, but it doesn't happen overnight, right? One of us would not just wake up and be like, tomorrow I'm going to be active. It takes days and days and commitment and 21 days of habit building and this and that till you actually feel fit. And that's something that the brand also needs to do. Now, when we talk about long-term purpose, it means that there's a very strong intent that the brand can bring forward. And well, bless us all, strong intent is a gift that keeps on giving. It's something that lasts you and showcases an impact that is really long run. And to make it simpler, I'm just going to reference from 2 campaigns where this has been done really well. So there was a very recent campaign that happened by Anheuser and Busch, which is about contract for change. If you don't know, I would like eagerly suggest that you look it up. It's a brilliant campaign. Now, when that campaign came forward, it made people wonder whether that campaign was for the brand, whether it was for the farmers, whether it was for sustainability, for brand love, lots of things, right? And the answer is that it was a campaign for all of these things, but it wasn't just a day-long campaign. They managed to create a movement, a platform, a purpose that even other brands can borrow from in the years to come. And that makes it a brilliant use of their brand in terms of purpose, and to also give it at a rate where it helps the planet, it helps their brand, it helps other brands. And in just 3 years worth of time, they will be able to increase their business by 25%. So that is good business, and it is good for your business. Now that comes with divergent thinking, right? There are multiple solutions for you to do it. What about a brand that has one goal that lasts you for really, really long? If it's one purpose that you want to marry yourself to. And when we could talk about one purpose that a brand has been doing day on and day in, it's Dove. Real Beauty as a campaign has been going on for a strong 2 decades now. Does that mean that Dove lost its essence when it came to talking about purpose? No, it doesn't. But does it mean that purpose became really strong for them? Definitely. Does it mean it evolved for them? It did. Right? I'm sure you must have seen the Stop the Beauty Test campaign, which is about this little rejection that mostly women face when you see this boy and girl meeting that happens in an arranged marriage setup, right? Which changes the way beauty is looked on. Now, what happens when brands like Dove associate themselves with one purpose? Because when I say beauty, you probably have 10 brands coming to your head, something for a lipstick, a concealer, something for your hair, for your outfit. But when I say real beauty, only Dove comes to your head. And that happens over a prolongated period of time where there's an association that you build with a brand like Dove, right? Now, they have been at this mission to redefine and reimagine beauty as it stands today. And with that, the purpose for them has also been evolving. It's not just in the output, it's also in the process. For this particular campaign, they used real women. They spoke of real stories. There was no screen test taken because these women featured in the videos. And that's how the campaign came alive. Now, when you talk about this, there's a massive role that social media plays in not just spreading awareness, but creating a need for a campaign like this to create a systemic change. Because when a hashtag like this went viral, people, women from all over shared their stories, and it's disturbing yet beautiful to see how many women have gone through this, how their color, their height, their weight, their hair, everything has had a reason behind somebody else rejecting them. And Dove uplifting these women with social media, with stories from all over, that that beauty is not what the person is seeing. It is real beauty. It's not what you've been told to do, which means that a long-term solution for a brand like Anheuser can be a solution for other brands. And a long-term solution for a brand like Dove can be a continued and recurring solve for purpose for them as well. Now, if long-term is one, then in this long term, wouldn't you need your audience and the community that you sort of relate with on a day-to-day basis to be part of that process and to be a part of a solution? That's where we bring actionable activism into the picture, where your audience becomes a part of the solution. Now, 2 years back, Pooja and I worked on this campaign called the Better Half Cookbook. Now, when we did Better Half Cookbook, it came from a very simple insight, but we found a way to involve an audience we otherwise wouldn't have probably thought of involving naturally, right? It was done for Swiggy Instamart, which was a food delivery app vertical. Now, when a food delivery app vertical wants to talk to its audience, unfortunately, the audience's larger chunk became women in the house who usually would order these vegetables and everything. And prepare yourself because women actually work 577% more when it comes to household chores in comparison to the men. And 88% of that number is just cooking. So when there's such a massive gender chore gap, you know that there's a whole gender waiting to be unlocked as a potential target audience. And with purpose, that happened with a 100% success rate. Because we spoke to both the sides. We told both the sides that when it's a grocery delivery app, we won't just talk about the groceries that will reach your kitchen and fresh and ready to be cooked. We're going to talk about the groceries that reach your kitchen and will have an entire fresh outtake on how to cook it, that two people will split the chores equally. And this campaign was a pilot that happened only in 2 cities. So when a brand wants to associate itself with purpose, can it be limited with just geographical boundaries? No, right? Because we have social media and that doesn't care about geographical boundaries. So when we did this campaign, we made sure that there are gazillion number of top 150,000 recipes on YouTube, which people are checking day in, day out. And during the lockdown, even more so, that we went and commented better half versions of that on the internet. So if I'm sitting out in Mumbai and I really want to be associated and understand that what this brand is doing, I can without having Instamart in my life. And that's the power of purpose, that your brand can go beyond the usual, say, scale of what the approach the brand can actually take. So that's, what the brand can actually take, right? And that's a great way of doing it, because then Swiggy Instamart got associated in cities with people where it doesn't even exist. Similarly, what happens when a brand wants to do a loyalty program, right? When we talk about loyalty, you only think of the brand that, oh, this is just for the brand and the purpose is for the brand to benefit from it. But Carlsberg campaign for a Dr. Keg actually changed that system, because they created a loyalty program that was loyal also to the pubs and the small sort of bars and pubs of Denmark. And the best way they did it was to involve the community that is drinking Carlsberg. You drink a can, you scan it, and you're unlocking a keg for when the pandemic sort of dies down and the lockdown opens and you're going back to the pub. Now, doing this, they just made people a part of the solution, a part of the purpose, and managed to get people involved in not just buying the product, but also helping another bar, another pub that is around and within Denmark, which means that purpose has the potential to unlock customer bases that you weren't even aware of. And it also has the potential to retain and unlock loyal customers for your brand. Now, that also means that when you're involved in active activism and you're actioning this, it means that there's also a role that you need to play in uplifting an underrepresented section of the society, right? And you do that when you play the role of a brand or the brand person itself. It's your responsibility to power purpose, because purpose will in return power you. We spoke about the Unfiltered History Tour, right? And the campaign that it is using something that we use day in and day out as a platform usage and a feature of the platform. How can we drive purpose? Now, what Unfiltered has managed to do unlocks this great potential of using social media hacks and social media features in a very different way. Another brand that did that really well was Made by Dyslexia. Now, Made by Dyslexia talks about dyslexic thinking as a positive, as a skill set, right? When you and I think of dyslexia, we probably think of it as a negative, or have been thinking of it as a negative. And every 1 in 5 people who actually suffer through it also probably think and feel the same, right? But what this brand did in collaboration with LinkedIn was that they added this dyslexic thinking as a tab under skill set, which means that it enlisted a major organization to recognize dyslexic thinking as a positive skill set as opposed to the outdated narrative, which means that brand banters, which we've all experienced on Twitter, cheeky banters between brands and saying something and arting and supporting, can go a little ahead, which means that brand banters are truly dead because brand collabs just got a new lease of life. And that's how meaningful connections can be made, all on the back of purpose. Now, we want to do this good work and great work, right? But how do we work better to make better work? And that can only happen when everyone involved in the process is empathetic, is all about inclusivity and diversity, right? From the strategist to the writer to the creator to the client to the AD to the director to the set dada, everybody. And where do we start when we want to do better work? We start at the end credits, because brands are putting a lot of focus on what goes in front of the camera. We want to be sure of the fact that we're putting real women or real people out there, people with different skin colors, people with different hair, different sexual orientations, different backgrounds, a lot of that. But it will mean nothing. It's only a half-baked cookie if you don't also initiate to show what happens behind the camera. Can more women capture what it really means to, or what the struggles are of women? Why should men do it, right? We live in a world of men, but it's so nice to see when women put that lens forward, when women take on the charter to truly show what it is to be and to view life as a woman. And a brilliant campaign that was done very recently at Talented by Binay Fardalani and Kopal Nathani was the interview. Now, I mentioned these two names because that's how this campaign has been treated. It's been treated with women behind the camera, not just in front of the camera. There's a reason why it took a mother who was working on this brand campaign to figure out that, hey, you know what? Maternity leave is no joke. It's a boot camp for life. It took a writer who understood that these are barriers that they could face, or when you're interviewing someone, how you consider a maternity leave, that it needs to show in the cast and it needs to show in the crew. The gender ratio in the creative team, on the client side, on the set, all of it adds up to how purposeful the campaign is. Like I mentioned earlier, it's not just the output, it's also the process that needs to show the purpose. And which is why a campaign like this did so well. It motivated women to come out and talk about the fact that how they wish somebody spoke of maternity leave as a boot camp. And this entire thing was like wildfire on a social media platform like LinkedIn, right? You would expect a lot of shares and likes and this and that, but LinkedIn was actually a platform that came out and spoke the loudest. Now, it also makes you wonder, when there are women in a room and the outcome is this, when a layer shot ad came about, and we know how badly that went because it was insensitive, it does make you wonder, were there enough women in a room? Were there enough diverse people in a room? Were there enough thoughts taken in a room for one person to say that, hey, you know what, this is not okay and this is not right? And that's why it's very important that your end credits hold as much importance as your what happens as an end result to your film. And with that, I'll pass on the baton back to Pooja.
Thank you, Arushi. Okay, business unusual. I think most of us who are handling social media accounts on a daily basis, we every month we work on calendars, and every month we work on what are the special days this year, and you type special days in August, and then you look at one list where there are topical moments. And I think that's always been business as usual for social media teams, right? Where we're thinking of how we can be relevant on a topical day. And just here a bit on rethinking that, and a bit on how we can not make it business as usual, how not turning up only for calendar moments should be unusual, right? The idea is to have long-term commitments, right? The fact that your commitment doesn't have to be virtuous each time, right? But the fact that, hey, if you are doing a Women's Day campaign, right, there are other moments through the months in the calendar where you can still do other things that push women forward, right? Similarly, when you're doing a Women's Day campaign, uh, is it is it important to also look inward before we just put everything outward? And the answer is yes, because at the end of the day, if your brand is not walking the talk, if your brand is not really reflecting before they are acting, right? Like if there is not enough diversity in their teams, if there's not enough equity in their teams, then putting out a campaign like this is only going to be a false commitment to that cause, right? I think one of my favorite examples of brands and companies not walking the talk is the gender pay gap bot. I'm sure you all must have seen it during Women's Day this year. And it was brilliant in terms of bringing the truth to life in such an interesting social media first way, right? Like the theme was break the bias. So naturally, all the brands and all the companies and everyone was using hashtag break the bias to actually, talk about how they want to empower women and how they empower their employees and stuff like that. And little did they realize that there'll be a couple from UK who would actually build a bot that tracks these hashtags and instantaneously gives the pay gap, out on Twitter itself, right? And obviously there are a lot of factors that decide why there is a pay gap, etc. But the fact that something like this just opens your eyes into how much brands project in terms of what they do versus what's actually happening in the system, right? So if we really, really want to drive progress and real progress, then brands have to take the onus of correcting what's within the system before putting things out, right? And I think as agencies as well, that onus also lies on us in terms of how do we have diverse teams? Do I have diverse teams that actually work on different brands? Am I actually doing justice to a woman first idea when I don't have enough women in the team, or I don't have enough women in the leadership, right? So I think these are the questions we need to ask ourselves. I mean, and I'm sure like we're all working and getting better at it, etc., right? But I think the true marker of it is not just going to be hiring for ticking a quota, but actually hiring to make sure that, if you truly like imbibe diversity hiring, and if you truly imbibe that not just has a great culture building potential, but it also has great profitability, right? And over and over, we've read so many reports about how diversity actually results into great profitability, right? The fact that having more women, and this is an HBR report, so you don't just have to take my word for it, but there's an HBR report where, the collective IQ of a team went, and they did one entire social experiment, and the collective IQ of the team went really, really above average when they had more women in the team, right? So stuff like that. And the last bit on business unusual is, how do we go beyond just recognizing people for their efforts, and how can we go beyond that and actually translate that into remuneration and rewards, right? I think, again, pandemic made all of us question a lot of things, and employees are smarter than before, right? Everyone wants the right pay, the right worth for their time, the right worth for everything else. And I think brands, agencies, everyone needs to think about how can they be extremely fair and transparent to build that culture of trust. My favorite example here is, if you can see that screenshot, there is Pavel Martinez, who is ex-TikTok global director. And on Latina Equal Pay Day, he actually put out a post on LinkedIn with his salary structure. And you can see everything in terms of his basic salary and his bonus and stuff like that. And the beauty is that he wrote, if this can help even one woman negotiate better, this year, I think my job is done. I think the job of this post is done. And I think that sort of proves that it's not just about women realizing or people realizing what they're worth, but it's also about allies, right? And we definitely need more allies like Pabel, for sure. And this money is just like, this screenshot is just one example, but there are so many ways in which we can be allies to each other, and we can be more empathetic to each other to make sure that the work experience is as good as we intended to be, right? With that, we come to the last bit. And surprise, it's not work-life balance, it is life-work balance, because it's time we all put life before work. And I think it can start with us paraphrasing this and rethinking this into life-work balance, right? There is this really interesting approach that 3% movement's founder Kat Gordon has, and she calls it rock and restore. And I absolutely love, and I think I'm trying to imbibe that a lot. Rock and restore essentially is a concept where you know that when you're in an industry such as the creative industry and the agency, you're not always going to have only 8-hour workdays or 9-hour workdays, right? Like there will be moments where you will still have a hectic day or a hectic week. And I think that's interesting to know, because no matter how much we try, like we cannot undermine the pressures of these hectic weeks that we have sometimes. And maybe it's a wartime, or whether it's a new campaign launching and stuff like that. And I think that's the part where the restore bit comes into picture, right? You rock when you have to, but as long as you make sure that you restore yourself, you give yourself that cool off time to restore, you are actually going to perform better, be more productive when you get back to the rock stage again, right? So it is rock, restore, rock, restore, rock, restore. And like today, I think Arushi and I both have had like really packed rocking days, and we might just take a restore day tomorrow. And that's how we need to reimagine our life work balance. And yeah, essentially that is how I think figuring a sustainable approach to how we can be more creative, and sustainable approach to how we can get more out of the day, and how we don't need to just gauge our success basis medals and output alone, and how we need to actually pay more attention to also the process, right? We all know from this industry, like we all know that we've not had a good reputation in life work balance, and we have not had a good reputation in actually giving people the space and time that they need to recover, and the space and time they need to actually think well and better, right? So that's pretty much that. I would urge all of you to think of life work balance, and I would urge all of you to think of how you can, what's your approach to rock and restore, or what's your approach to giving yourself the cool off time. I think one funny example of this, again, and Narushi and I were just talking about it in the morning, the fact that a lot of companies have now introduced no leave policy, right? Which means there is no sheet, right? There's no HR is not going to send you a sheet with the leaves, right? Like, because you can take a leave anytime. And it's ironical that the no leave policy is actually turning into no leaves policy, because again, people are ashamed of taking leaves that have not been assigned to them, right? And I think that's also the marker of the baggage that we all have carried for so long, the marker of the baggage of how we've always looked at work as something that comes before life, right? So if you or your company is giving no leave policy, please have soft KPIs for everyone to actually gauge their success basis, how many vacations also that they've taken in the year, right? And maybe that's how we can make people take more leaves and take more time off and be more productive when they get back to office. Yeah, with that, we have come to the end of the session. If you all have any questions, you can drop, or Hitesh, you can let us know if you want to. Sorry, you all could hear me, right? Till now?
Yes, don't worry, you're audible.
Okay. Wow, I thought, yeah, okay.
So we have some questions, Pooja and Arushi. If you'd like to take it up, or you'd want me to read it to you. So it says, how do you navigate customer preference in the post-COVID era? It's Abhinasha Mathur.
Hello.
Sorry, I'm going to stop presenting, but yeah, Arushi, go for it.
No, sorry, my screen froze. Are we taking right now?
So we have a few minutes. If you'd like to take questions right now, I can read it out to you.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So Abhishansa says, how do you navigate customer preference in the post-COVID era? Could you
Sorry,
guys?
is it Kathy, your voice is cracking for me. Is it on the chat box? I can read it.
Yes, it is on chat box.
Okay, great.
And it's in the Q&A tab as well.
Okay, I think it's by Cjo. A good idea created for awards versus a good campaign which ends up receiving an award. Do you think brands and agencies tend to lose sight when it comes to bigger awards? I think the latter is the only good idea that you need, where a good campaign with good intent done in a way that it needs to done can receive an award. When you go ahead to create an idea specially for award, you need to keep in mind whether it's doing the task that it needs to do for the brand, for the purpose that it's driving, for the people that are going to work on it, and the people who are going to use your brand as well. So when you get a brief, there are certain parameters to keep in mind, right? It's always a good idea when charted out and when acted in a way can lead to you getting an award, not the other way around. So I really think that whether it's agencies that tend to lose sight when it comes to gaining an award, I think that's a filter that I think we all need to put every day. We, as creative people, we tend to get very excited by our own ideas, right? That, oh my God, what a big idea, and it's going to like just shake the world up. But when you put that filter, I think of letting, if you're doing justice to the brand and the people who are going to get anything out of that brand, I think that as a filter really helps not lose sight that you're not doing it just for like your own portfolio. I hope that answers your question. What is the way forward for luxury brands that essentially sell exclusivity in the age of inclusiveness and the for good narrative? What should be their purpose? Whether it's luxury or whether it's not luxury, I don't think it's a difficult task. Unfortunately, we live in a world where there's enough need for purpose, right? So even if it's like an Estee Lauder, purpose could be something as little as showing representation in their key visual on a billboard. Close Up recently, for example, taking Dolly Singh as their brand ambassador, who has crooked teeth, which would never be shown otherwise, right? All ads for toothpaste, no matter whether it's recommended by 9 out of 10 dentists or not, would only show you a perfect set of teeth. But to have Dolly Singh become like their brand ambassador, it's a great way to include purpose. So similarly, it can be done for luxury brands. When you show women of color, when you show people of color, different body types, when you take on a pride campaign and you make sure that every member involved is from the community, that's lending your hand to purpose. So I don't think it matters whether it's a luxurious brand or not, as long as there is something in mind that you're doing right with. Sorry, Pooja, do you want to take the next question?
No, that's a great answer. I just wanted to add one example, which is H&M, right? Like your usual imagery of H&M and the whole fact that, I mean, H&M is all about fast fashion. So you think of, hey, what is the purpose in H&M's life, right? And they just launched last year H&M Loop, which is about better environmental practices for making the clothing, better environmental practices in terms of recycling, and the fact that H&M Loop is one of the biggest projects that H&M has done in terms of wanting to recycle clothing, right? And the fact that any one of us can actually drop clothes from any brands that we have, and that's about going beyond what your own ambit of brand functioning revolves into, right? And they are just like, hey, you can come and drop any sort of clothes, whether it's Levi's, whether it's anything else. And I think that is when you know that the brand is really, really committed to a cause where it is not just about their brand, it is not just about their profitability, it is about a larger purpose, right? It is for the larger good of the environment. And how do we actually habituate people into thinking the same way in terms of recycling and looping their own clothes. So yeah, I think that's one thing about luxury brands or big brands wanting to do purpose. Yeah. You can go for the next one, whichever you want to take, Arushi.
There are also a bunch of questions around, if you don't have a degree in advertising, can you get into it? Of course you can.
Absolutely.
There are also a lot of distant roles that you can take while you're learning your ropes around advertising. So, I mean, honestly, you can send me a message on LinkedIn and maybe we can chat about that. But it's definitely possible to be in advertising. If any of the aspects of it excite you, then it's a job you can definitely learn while you do it.
One of our first big ideas at web chatting actually came from a guy who used to be an engineer, right?
Yeah.
And it is very, very refreshing to have diverse perspectives, right? And that can only happen when you hire from diverse backgrounds. So please, yes, even if you don't have a degree, doesn't matter, as long as you have a point of view and as long as you want to pursue this as a career, you can absolutely join the industry.
Akash, do you think sell stories, not products, is still true in the new age advertising? I think as long as you're not selling but telling stories, it's a narrative that will work in any age of advertising. When you talk about, and which was one of the points that we made, right? When you associate yourself as a product that just gives you a benefit and nothing else, you isolate at least 64% of your audience because they don't relate to you on any level. And brands are becoming more and more human every day. So these attributes are very important for you to showcase in everything that you're doing. So yes, by all means, tell stories about the brand, bring forth the insight that really works for your brand. And I guess it works even today. And I think would work even like after this.
Awesome. Cheryl, I think we should take last question before, or Kathy, are we out of time?
No, we've got time.
Okay, we'll take one last question. There's a very interesting question, which is, does advertising pay well? I am sure our CEO and CCO are on this call. And one thing about advertising, and yes, I am going to agree with the fact that like we've had bad reputation in life-work balance, we've also had bad reputation in, pay, right? And I think one thing that we all, I mean, whoever has the authority to do, right, is to rethink the pay structure within advertising. Now, what that means is that and this reminds me of Gautam, our CEO's tweet, where he's just like, we need to rethink what is the entry package for advertising, right? Because the fact that the entry package itself is not really quite sufficient and not really quite decent, for the junior level folks. And that's sort of also is unfair because they're also doing a lot of work. And B, that actually keeps a lot of absolutely brilliant young talent out of the industry, right? So these are the two problems that it solves for. And the other bit about it is also the fact that I think just as an industry, I mean, and this is something that not just advertising, but other industries also should think about, and there's a lot of conversation that's already started to happen around it, is the fact that why do we have to talk about our CTC, when we're joining another company? Because if they have the budget for us, they are actually going to hire us for our worth and not basis what we used to earn before, right? So I think these are the conversations and practices that people are already talking about. I think there was this really interesting post I saw on LinkedIn the other day where someone from Netflix said, today my manager just came to me and said, hey, I'm going to revise your salary. And obviously the guy thought it's a joke, right? And all of us would think it's a joke, right? And he was just really startled that the manager wasn't joking. And when the bloke asked the manager why this is happening, he said that we actually hired someone, as your peer, same level, but that other person managed to actually negotiate a better salary. So it is only, fair for us to actually increase your salary to match that. So I think that sort of transparency and honesty, and as long as we start adopting that, we're all going to be happy with not just our work, but how much worth we get for what we do. Okay, all right. I think
It's wonderfully said, Pooja. There's one more question that we'd like you to just quickly take on is how do we attract offline customers towards engage with us online in hotel industry? So if you'd like to just give your views on it.
okay, interest. I think okay, not like I have a hotel client yet, but interesting touch points, right? The fact that everyone now has, even if hotel is an offline experience, your pre-experience to booking it is online, right? Most of the times. And I think the way to look at it is to think of interesting touch points. You might not have people following, like have a great social media following for Taj or Renaissance or whatever, right? But the fact that you can still have online touch points, right? Very interesting online touch points where you can better their experience and maybe have any engagement plugs to that. But the idea is to not just think of what I can do on social media, but broaden your horizon and think of what can I do online, right? What can I do on the web? What can I do when people are booking my hotel at a clear trip? What can I do along with it like in a collab, this thing with say a red bus and so on and so forth, right? So think of interesting digital touch points instead of thinking of a very unidimensional, hey, I need to grow my followers on social, or hey, how can I make people comment on my post? Yeah. Or Arushi, if you want to add to it, please go for it.
No, I agree. I mean, my dad doesn't book anything without checking at least 5 reviews. So start with reviews, I guess.
Yeah, don't we all? But we have one more question because we have audience watching us on LinkedIn, Facebook, etc. as well. So we have Arnab Hazarika who says, do brands need to jump on every topical or moment marketing all the time?
Arushi,
Not
you
at
want to take this? Yeah.
Yes. Not at all. If it's not relevant to your brand, you really don't need to jump on anything and everything. Something that happened 2 days ago, right? When Ranbir and Alia announced that, oh, they're pregnant with a baby. There's no need for 10 brands to jump onto it because it's not your journey to take at all. So take that conscious decision that when it makes sense for your brand to be present in any trend or any new sort of meme marketing moment that has come in, and if it doesn't, it's completely fair for you to not be a part of it, because if it doesn't make sense for you to exist in that moment, in that partake in the conversation where your brand feels like a force fit, it's anyway not going to generate any amount of RTs, likes, shares, any of that. So take a conscious decision. If it makes sense, then go all out. If it doesn't, then it's completely fine if one happy chocolate day is not what you're doing as a perfume brand. It's completely okay.
I'll just add one more this thing to it. I absolutely agree with what you said. I think the idea is also to keep it as a charm, right? I think the brands that jump on everything have no, like, after a point that, yeah, this brand is anyway going to make a meme on this, right? So just as social media team, I think we need to be a little more snooty and picky about things, because we want people to be like, please, we hope this brand, jumps on this bandwagon today, because every time that they have actually made a meme or made a topical piece on this, they've always hit it out of the park. So it needs to look like there is charm still to it. It's charming whenever your brand puts out something, and obviously only after it does make sense for you to comment and have any conversation around it, like Arushi said. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Pooja and Arushi. It was a wonderful and very informative conversation that we've had with you. And I'm hoping that all our viewers have taken some key takeaways. So here's what we're going to do. We want all of you to share those takeaways on Twitter using the hashtag SMLive. Also, don't forget to tag us at social_Samosa. Once more time, thank you, Pooja and Arushi. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you so much, Kathy. Thank you so much, Social Samosa. Thank you guys for hearing. We'll see you.
Thank you. Yes, and moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to our next session for the day, we are going to talk about how music is a catalyst for trends on Reels. And I'm sure a lot of you are waiting with bated breath to listen to this one. I would like to invite on stage Paras Sharma, Director, Content and Community Partnerships, Meta. Also re-inviting Hitesh Rajwani on stage, who will be moderating this session. And all of you keep those questions coming in, and we'd like to invite Paras and Hitesh on screen. A very warm welcome.
Thanks, Kathy. Hi, Hitesh. Hitesh, I think you're on mute, or I can't
Yes.
see.
Sorry. Hi, Paras. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I hope you and everybody else is safe.
Yes, yes, all good here. Happy Social Media Day to you. I hope you're enjoying at Meta at this point in time, or you're at home.
It's actually, I'm doing a WFH, but instead of home, it's hotel. I'm working from hotel, but it's still, yeah.
Wow, wow. That's it. I mean, that's a good experience to have once in a while anyway. Um, so Paras, like I'll quickly jump into the topic because we have less time at hand anyway to have this conversation. So like I want to understand from your perspective how music is really important to Instagram at this point in time. I see that a lot of content which is being created is triggered by one or the other audio which is there, and it's not just there on Instagram at this point in time. If we are at a bar or a cafe, a good bunch of music taste is influenced by whether that particular music or audio is trending, or there is a lot of content around it on Instagram or other platforms as well. So like if you could share, why is music important to Instagram at this point in time?
Yeah, so thanks, Hitesh. It's a great question. And see, I would say that why music is important to us is because it's important to our users and to creators. And therefore, what makes it important to them is the reason why it's important to us. I think music, firstly, I think it's aids expression. I think it helps tell a story through the lyrics and also the composition of the acoustics that comes along with the music. It also helps creation. It provides the ability to enhance something or to communicate the storytelling. And if I were to use it more functionally speaking, it like makes transitions easy through beats and change of moods and things like that. The third thing is that it enables attention. We all know that the music has the power to catch listeners, and therefore in case of reels, viewers' attention. Uh, and finally, as an outcome, it triggers engagement. The virality or the inspiration to mimic or to give it your own twist is what makes it an extremely important ingredient of a creation. So all of this is what forms the bedrock of what music does to users and creators, and therefore it becomes important to us.
Right. And do you think that this importance for music has increased over the last few years, or ever since Instagram had launched Reels? Because before that, there was video and there was static posts, but audio or music was not central to the kind of content which was being discovered on Instagram as well.
I would say that music has always been an important element in content creation of different shapes and form. However, as we all have seen in last 3-4 years, that how short form video as a category, and then reels being the rocket ship of the growth of this category, has enabled music to be utilized far more and in far more different ways. And I'll give you an example. Why is that? Because what we have seen as reels has grown, the adoption and the content creation now, it's coming from all parts of India. It's coming from tier 2 towns, tier 3 towns. It's coming from all languages. And therefore that, since reel represents now what we call the true Bharat, and therefore the content creation and the usage of music across different genres and different languages is powering it. I'll give you an example of this very interesting creator called Rupa Ram. I think he comes from Pali. A small creator starting first and now has grown by 2,500% in last 12 months. Or somebody, a guy called, if I'm remembering his name right, is Shorabjeet from Teluamura and Tirupura. Now, these are the guys who just coming from smaller towns, using content with different elements of it, and then discovering themselves, and the people are discovering them. And Reels is the superpower of discoverability is triggering them.
Right.
And so that's the power of the format. Then on the top of it, what we have very consciously done, looking at the power of music, is that how do we make and enable more music tools? So for example, what is the tool on discovery of music? So there's an audio browser. how can we show people that what is the kind of music which is trending? So we created Discovered on Reels, where you can see, okay, what's the top trending music that you can use to therefore create. Then the creation tools on music. How can you save sounds? How can you have audio pages where you can share all the reels? How can you use green effect or voice effect? Then there are effect tools. How can you use voiceover, mixed audio, super beats, 2D and 3D lyrics? So these are the features that which are on Reels. Therefore, it also powers the usage of music, and then the virtuous flywheel gets created.
I really like how you shared the journey between content creation and music, and how music became more important for any short video platform, because it enables content creation, which eventually comes back, like has a compounding effect on that particular audio or the music which an artist or a creator must have created. And I think that the point that you said about how music caters to Bharat, I think there are a good bunch of trends which have come from tier 2, tier 3 cities, whether it's Kacha Badam or whether it is that song which was Bachpan Ka Pyar. So those songs became mainstream, and today you have music videos being created out of it. Like you had those and it was there everywhere. It became an earworm of sorts. So do you think social media platforms, like short video platforms like Reels or any other platform also for that matter, they are changing the way music is being discovered and at the same time music is being consumed?
I could definitely talk about from the Reels perspective, and it's a very I think it's a very relevant question, and I'll give you some of the vectors that through which how we look at it to make it come alive. So one of the things that we are seeing that now songs are getting discovered, and they're also not getting discovered, but they're inspiring creation. So see, it's not about that the passive lean back consumption, but it's like active consumption and leaned in creation, as we call it, which makes what the Reels unique. I'll give you an example of this movie, which is Brahmastra. I know in the earlier discussion there was a chat about Ranbir and Alia. So there's this movie which is coming. So the song, they have a song called Kesaria, which the song wasn't launched, but the promo was released on Reels. That itself has created close to, if I'm not wrong, and I'm looking at like 1.5 packs old number, around 400,000 Reels. So it's getting discovered. Then we're seeing even the artists are getting discovered on Reels. I'm sure that many in the audience may have heard this song called Chand Balia. So it's Aditya, who's the non-musician, created this thing, and now more than 1 million Reels are getting created, already got created from this thing. The other thing, which is also very interesting, is that the older songs are making comeback due to Reels.
Absolutely.
I don't know, it looks like that you and I probably belong to the same genre, or not genre, I would say the age group. There was a movie called Takkar, which was like, I think 1995. There was a song I remember called Aankhon Mein Base Ho Tum. Now that got reimagined, rediscovered, and they're close to 1.5 million Reels created by that. Or even like Varun Dhawan from Kuli number 1, there was one song, something around Bhabhi, Teri Bhabhi. When the song was launched, it had close to around, what, if I'm not wrong, around 100,000 Reels. But last year, one creator used an AR effect on that song, and close to 1.4 million Reels were created on it. So an old song again getting rediscovered on the back of Reels. You already talked about that language is no barrier. And I think you picked such two good examples about Kacha Badam and Aankhon Mein. One other very interesting thing is that it need not be the high fidelity of a song. What we are seeing is that the lo-fi songs and the audio also getting picked and used by the creators and by the community to create more and more Reels. And very interestingly, we are also seeing how the industry itself is now using platforms like Reel to do movie marketing. So even with Amir Khan with his Lal Chik Chadda, I think there's a song called Kesaria, I think Kesaria was Brahmastra Kahani. Like when they released it, the creators came on, and I think again little oldish numbers, but close to around 30,000 Reels were created. But they are now, each of these few of these Reels are given like 4 million, 3 million views. So industry is using Reels as a platform for doing it. And very interestingly, if you look at outside of the movie industry, non-movie music, whether Badshah launching his song, or very recently we launched Designer, Guru Randhawa, Yoyi Honey Singh, and Divya Khosla's song. So all of that is what is now happening on the back of Reels with various aspects of music, if one could say that. Yeah.
Right. And like there are a bunch of questions around this, and even I had this in my flow, that how's like say music is rising and so are creators or artists who are creating that music. So how's Instagram supporting or working with these artists and labels? Is there a program wherein music creators could launch on Instagram? They could be guided well to ensure that their songs are being picked up quite well.
Yeah, no, I think great question. And that's something which is super, super close to us. So if you look at different ecosystem players, they are music labels. So, right, so we work with nearly all the major global and local music labels. Then their distribution, because we want to get licensed the right kind of content, rights cleared content, so that the artists and creators can use it. That's one bedrock. Then there is another part of the ecosystem, which is all the music publishers. Again, so that we have a partnership with them, legitimate, credible, so that we give the contribution in the right way that it flows back to the ecosystem. Then we work with also the distribution and artist companies, whether it's Believe Digital, Merlin, Hangama, and the like, so that we are again getting not only the content which is coming from bigger labels, but also from the distribution artist companies. Then we also work with independent artists themselves directly. And now with all of them, the way that we show up is getting the kind of a content through licensing, content syndication, so the money flows to the ecosystem, promotion and marketing in terms of launch and distribution. How do we give them best practices on how to utilize our platform so that the music gets in the most engagement? And then, of course, the extremely important point which I want to highlight here is the IP right and copyright protection at various levels. So what they're creating original content is protected. And then there are programs that we continue to do. The most recent one is the 1 minute music, where we create new opportunities of reimagining music and direct distribution of music to the community.
And can you tell us more about 1 minute music? Because I see a lot of content again around it. We've seen a good bunch of information which is there, but if you could hear it from you, if you could simplify it for our audience as well.
Sure. See, so the reasons why music is important and why the short form video format and the reels as the mainstay of it, we already covered. See, our aim with 1 minute music is that how can it inspire both emerging artists as well as the established artists to innovate and create music in a completely new way, so they can reimagine and also democratize music creation and distribution. What does that therefore mean is that it's each music composition that they create is 60 seconds long, it's vertically short, it uses all the reels first features of audio and video, it's original. And to do that, we at the first leg we tied up with 200 artists across India, Punjabi, Hindi, Telugu, Tamil, Kannada, Malayalam, artists from all of that, where we enable them, train them to create original song compositions in 1 minute audio, and also the video, imagine the storytelling in that 1 minute format. We tied up with, again, different ecosystem players, labels, distribution companies, so that the artists can come in. Then we further created something which we just recently concluded last week called 1 minute pop-up, where we brought 11 such artists and we got them matched up with choreographers, video editors, short form video, reels first video editors. So when they come with their prepared song, we're also giving them enough creative tools. We created pop-up studios for them, sets for them, then they come and engage with it. And what we are seeing is that a completely new reimagined content is coming out. And very interestingly is that it's showing up in the ecosystem. Right now, Spotify, JioSaavn, Ghana, Amazon Music, 1 minute music are getting featured in the playlist. This is just like less than a month long property. Right now, we have released only 17 because we have a phased out plan for that thing. And I think, if I'm not wrong, we are already getting close to around like 35 million plays of this original composition. Our aim is to, like, over the period of time, all those 200 artists, their songs will be released in such a manner that everybody has a long play of distribution as well as doing it. And we continue to promote it.
And this is like independent artists and music labels as well, or just open for independent artists?
It's for everyone. So you have established artists like Shan, Dhani, Vadushali at one end, to the artist who's created the first composition, who came on the back of our Born on Instagram program, an artist called Tej from Surat. So it is a wide diaspora of artists. because we want this property to be embraced so it can inspire more and more from all parts of the ecosystem.
Right. And like you recently collaborated with this Bollywood movie Jug Jug Jio, and a good bunch of their audio was literally trending on Instagram. I believe every other video out there had either of their songs, and people were creating content around it. So, like, what was the process that went behind that collaboration? And like, did you have a brief in place, or you had an idea that you took to the production? How did it go about?
No, as I was mentioning you that we were doing this 1 minute pop-up as a continuation for our 1 minute music property, and then the movie launch was coming around the corner. We tied up with them as a kind of an impetus or launched the 1 minute pop-up in our Meta office in Gurgaon. And then the star cast of the movie, Anil Kapoor, Varun, Kiara Advani, Manish Paul, they came to the 1 minute pop-up, and then they used the audio, which was a dialogue-based audio, and Mayur Jumani, who was the person behind it, to come and collaborate with him to launch and create reels. Then we also got some of the other creators like Komal Pandey, Siddharth Batra, if I'm not talking Ajay, Abhinav. They also collaborated with these artists. So it was a creation of a 1 minute music property and using the opportunity of the Jug Jug Jio movie getting released to come together and do it. Yeah.
Right. And like, so you foresee that such Bollywood movie collaborations would become an order for Instagram moving forward in terms of music?
It continues to be it's an ongoing thing. Like I mentioned to you about Lal Singh Chadda, where we created a filter, or I mentioned about Brahmastra. These are the things which are part of our playbook that we continue to do.
All right. And so there are a bunch of questions about brands using music on Instagram. Some of them have concerns about copyright. Some of them also want to learn how to effectively use reels and music on Instagram. So what's your take for brands who aim to grow using, like, who aim to grow with music's bandwagon on Instagram?
So I would frame it that if I were to look at the very first question you asked me, I think, which was a very, very pertinent question, that why music? And therefore, from a brand's point of view, they should think of it. They want to use music, what role they want to use music for. If music is enabling and aiding the expression in their storytelling, if it is helping them to create a better story by using music, do they want to use it just to enable the quick attention? Do they want to create it to create a viral effect? So it's ultimately, based on the objective and based on what aspect of music will make the right fit with the music, and not just using music as a broad stroke for any kind of a thing. That is a key thing. The other thing, then there are finer nuances of how to use it up, elements of a storytelling, different kind of a music, what role can it play, but it'll go into a little bit more granular area. With regards to the protection of rights and all, there's a whole lot of multiple level things that we have, system built, machine learning based, one-on-one solution based, which we continue to do, because that protecting the sanctity and the copyright is the core thing, because that's what the bedrock of the content is. And we work with brands and we work with creators to ensure that that's taken care of.
Right. So like in my conversations with brand managers or digital heads, I realize that they are really excited about the idea of having a piece of music being created, like being used to create content. So they want consumers or audiences to be a part of their storytelling experience. So if they are able to create that smaller audio, maybe like a 15-second or even a 1 minute music, and that gets picked up by creators and that becomes the next viral sensation, that is a delight that they're chasing. So do you have any tips for brands on how they should approach music on Instagram, even if it is them creating something original from their playbook, creating a rap anthem or creating a piece of music which can be used to co-create content with creators?
So besides the brand vectors or the communication vectors which I just spoke about, if I were to pick on now some of the like the tricks of the trade of music and video from that point of view, more from a creation point of view, few things which come to my mind is that there's something that we call glow up, like sounds that build to a beat, which therefore trigger a before and after transition. There is a thing that we use, lip sync, that the sounds which with catchy lines which can be easily used in a comedy content and all. Then there are sounds what we call transition, which has a lot of beats where the transitions can take place. There's a music which enables a storytelling kind of a thing. There's a music which enables a crescendo kind of thing. There's a music which has what we call loop. So there are multiple such elements of how the music can be used in a creative storytelling, and what kind of music works with what kind of an intent of the creative that the brand is keeping. So again, these are the best practices which we continue to work and share with.
So I'm taking a couple of questions also from the chats. There's one question on how music creators can ensure better discoverability for their content. Would you have anything?
So what I was just telling, in fact, just the example that I was giving on the brand side of thing, these are some of the things, because that then help music creators that when I'm doing it, see, of course, the first thing, core thing starts with that, okay, it's a format, it's a 60-second format. So I have to imagine that music in that 60-second, not think of it as a 3-minute and then cutting it down. That's the basic point. Then the second thing is if you're using it on Reels, look at all the audio features which I mentioned earlier, which are available on Reels. Use that because they will enhance, they are built because that's what makes the audio perform better on Reels. Then you look at, okay, what are the video features, which I was just explaining, that matches with the nature of sound that they're producing, because that will then give a higher probability of the music. And then our algo, any which way, makes the artist get discovered if the composition is good and if all of those elements are taken care of. And as you had given example, it doesn't matter whether it's an established artist or a Kacha Badam, the artist who created from West Bengal. If the music is good, it gets picked up. Yeah.
And do you also see that with the rise in music consumption on Instagram, do you think that brands will also become like, there was this old adage that brands are trying to act as creators or publishers, and publishers want to be like brands. Do you think brands would also eventually look at being music labels, like acting or functioning a part of their way as music labels, or like that is like a far-fetched possibility according to you?
It's a very interesting question. First of all, I must congratulate you for thinking in that way. But also, it's a very sensitive question when we look at from, because it's a music ecosystem content. We are a enabling platform, right, where both sides of the ecosystem have a role to come and integrate and play with. But I would say that the music labels, aggregators, distribution companies, indie labels, there was very strong role to play, and they continue to play. And the industry is booming, mushrooming, more independent artists, and platform like ours definitely are making the independent artists come and get discovered without any friction.
Right. So I'll quickly wrap up this chat with one question, the one last question from my end. What are some of the things that you foresee in the future and you would want like advertisers, marketers, and even content creators to be prepared for? And this you can answer from an Instagram perspective as well.
Yeah. See, one thing which I mentioned earlier, and you also double clicked on it, is that Reels and the adoption and creation on Reels is a Bharat phenomena. So think of it, because that's where the audience is, that's where the creators are coming from. So don't think of it as a very niche only space. It's everywhere, which means language is no longer a boundary. Think of it that way. Third is that what we, or I'm talking in the brand language, we don't call it internally, but just for ease of understanding, what some of the industry calls micro-influencer, they have a strong power to play and do it. Third is that Reels as a platform is where the music is now getting launched and the artists are getting discovered. And we are working and enabling that independent, democratizing that you can come and launch your career over here. Imagine that 1 week or 2 weeks later back, an independent artist who's never created a song to create and get featured within a week's time on the OTT streaming playlist wouldn't have been possible.
Great. Thank you, Paras. Thanks a lot for your time. Like my takeaway from the session, and even in general, the observation has been that at this point in time, reels or the music on reels define the mood of the nation. And I think it will continue to do so with the way music is picking up on Instagram, or the kind of focus Instagram has on music. So all the best to you and the team for that. And happy Social Media Day to you once again.
Thank you very much, Hitesh. Thanks to your team. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Paras and Hitesh. We can definitely say now this gives us reels an all new perspective. And I'm sure there are a lot of key takeaways for all of us. So if you'd like to share it, then don't forget to tag us at social_samosa. We'd love to hear all the insights that you've taken from the session so far. Here's a quick announcement for all those who've been asking about the recording of this event, which is SMLive. So let me inform all of you, the recording of the session will be available on Facebook and LinkedIn for you to rewatch. We will also publish summary of articles of the event and every session. So stay tuned and keep checking on socialsamosa.com for these quick reads. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving forward with our next session. Here, I'd like to invite Sachin Sharma, Director, Enterprise Marketing Solutions at LinkedIn, who will be talking about B2B marketing in the digital world. Also inviting on stage Saloni Surti, Editor, Social Samosa and Media Samosa. A very warm welcome to both of you. They'll be taking this session. Welcome, Sachin.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. Very warm welcome. Saloni, may I request you to please switch on your video? Yes.
Thank you, Khati. Hi, Sachin, how are you?
I am doing very well, Saloni, and I hope you are doing well too. Great to be here for this conversation.
Same here. Thank you. And, first of all, I'd like to start by thanking you, for giving us some time in talking to our viewers. And to Sachin and to everyone watching us right now, I'd like to wish you all a very warm World Social Media Day. The reason for our existence, so to say, in quite a literal sense. Right. So without taking a lot of your time, Sachin, I'll drive straight to the point. Right. So the conversation today is about B2B marketing right now. And a lot of times it's been called drab, there's been a lot of cold calling attached to it. But how do you think in the world of technology, how has B2B marketing moved? What does it look like right now?
Yeah, absolutely. And we appreciate the opportunity to speak. Like you said, there is a lot of decoding, a lot of help that we can provide as far as understanding B2B marketing goes. So definitely helps. I would love to break this question down. Right? There are a few constants that never change. And that is also true a little bit even about the world of marketing, despite the pandemic and everything else that is following since. And then there are a few thoughts, ideas, and frameworks that no one ever wanted to challenge, and those have been flipped on their head. So let me first start with a few that are almost constants in our field. So value and reliability as drivers of purchase decisions, whether it's B2B or B2C, you could argue has been a constant forever. Experiences, and definitely there was less of a physical contact for the last few years. That is gradually changing, and thankfully so, but that also is a constant. And then the third I would say is the process that goes behind a purchase. So whether it's B2B or B2C, the sales process, the fulfillment, that and the importance that the users, consumers, or the end users, to that importance that they hold that process to. So three things that I've said is, one is value, reliability, what is your core proposition, experience-led conversations, transactions, and then the actual transaction, which is the sales process. Now, what has changed, right? So I think in terms of marketing technology, there have been a lot of changes over the last 2 years. And of course, a lot of that was mandated because the consumers moved further ahead and they were faster moving than some of the big brands and industries or verticals. So both in terms of access and ability, users defined the pace of change. But what has changed, if you were to ask me, is, again, let me break this down into three parts. So one is content and creative production, right? So how do you optimize cost and how do you create content and creatives at a frequency that caters to the audience that you want to speak to? That went through a massive change. And obviously you would understand that the reason for that is a lot of people were confined in their households. There was very little physical contact. So a lot of people were actually dependent on some form of a device or technology to consume stories and brand content. So it became very important for brands, agencies, platforms like ours, and some of the other platforms represented here by other speakers, for them to create content and creative at a very fast clip and to do so in an optimized fashion. And I think the other thing that has changed is the whole thought process around segmentation. So if as a marketer, someone's gone through this last 2 years and not thought of how they can get more granular or how they can get more specific in targeting their audience, then I can almost say that they missed something. And this is true both for B2B and for B2C. So on the B2C side, we talk of this in terms of personas and audience pools, similar buyers and expansions that are powered by either data science or machine learning, but on the B2B side as well. So we like to use terms like account-based marketing. So you have specific cohorts of buyers and how do you reach them? And in some other cases, it is again persona driven, but there's been a lot of evolution of thought about how do you get more specific? How do you target your end users in a more intelligent, cost-effective fashion? So that's the second level. And I think the third is the large-scale algorithmic change of how campaigns and accounts are set up. That is the other change that has happened in the backend with the technology. And the reason again for that is resources were constrained, both manpower and otherwise technology, and people had to work remotely. A lot of people were not in offices, so there was very limited physical contact. So there was a lot more dependence, if you look at the whole ecosystem, on just SaaS and cloud-based and software-based applications to do a lot of work that had heavy human lifting in the past. So those three things I think have changed. Before I end this answer, I mean, just an anecdote and something that I can recollect. Obviously, we talk about the pandemic in a very trivial fashion, but it's been very impactful and it's changed people's lives forever. But I just want to go to a story. This is March of 2020. And there was an article that I read. The article was not about marketing. It was actually about UX design, actually. And the article started with a very provocative statement. So the article basically said, what would you imagine is the most expensive real estate in the world, right? And so you could say Manhattan, Canary Wharf. But the essence of the article was is that when large chunk of human population is confined to their homes, people cannot step out, you actually don't realize the value of a very expensive real estate. But every human being on the face of earth at that time was dependent on their mobile for engagement, for getting food to their homes, for getting healthcare or medical facilities. So in essence, the screen of your app is the most expensive real estate when you're confined to your homes, right? And so as a brand and as a technology marketer, the relevance of that story here is how you use that real estate or how you use that screen. A, says a lot about what you stand for as a brand. So what is it that you believe in? But B, it also tells the users what are your values and how you can help them. And so what I think has happened is that technology has powered that shift where brand advertisers and platforms have become more intelligent about what takes up that space on the most valuable, but the most constrained real estate in the world.
That is so true. Actually, one of our earlier speakers also mentioned fish where the fishes are, right?
Yeah.
So that's where the audience is. And actually, that brings me to my next question, right?
Sure.
With this digital acceleration that happened, which usually would have taken a lot more time, that happened in 2 years. How did technology and screens, so to say, help B2B brands and businesses, mitigate the impact of COVID-19? What were the benefits that they could reap or work with it?
Yeah, I would say it's almost a definitive statement if I were to answer this question and say this is how we mitigated the impact, because a lot of this is still just exercise in motion. So it's still a journey that we are on. But again, let me start with a kind of a story, anecdotal reference, and then I will help you connect the dots there. So I think if you think of how we've always thought about branding, so if you were to look at a book of knowledge on marketing or on brand building, and looked at all the information and knowledge that we have access to, I think it's basically largely based on two key concepts, right? And the two key concepts are of about functionalism and symbolism, right? So either your brand or your product or service in a B2B space serves a purpose and solves for something. And that's been the key thought process, right? Is what value do you deliver? How do you solve for something? Why should someone give you the money? Right. And the other is symbolism, right? So you've tried to strike a chord with symbolic association, right? I stand for this. This is what we believe in. And I think that was flipped on its head because of the last 2 years, because other constructs became more important and users, consumers, whether it's B2B or B2C, started asking very relevant questions, right? So they started asking more of the brands is that why do you exist? What's the reason for your existence? How are you going to help us through this journey? So brands were challenged to actually build that connective tissue, to align the stakeholders and to take that storytelling beyond just financial returns. And that happened both in B2C and in the B2B space, right? So and we can talk more about storytelling later if you're interested. But one of the key concepts that I related to was something that actually a term that the McKinsey Research Institute proposed, and it was called the flight to safety, right? When you're faced with adversity, you want to transact with brands that you depend on. So I think all of this mandated a big change, right? And the big change, again, okay, let me try and break this down into 2 or 3 pieces, is one was one-way communication was no more relevant. And I know we've heard from Paras Sharma, we've heard from other participants today, right? So now it's co-created messaging. So if you want to follow the old school thought of, I will own the brand and the framework and the construct, I will tell the consumers what my brand stands for. That's not relevant in this age. It's true of B2B and of B2C. So obviously it's more consumer led now. And then solving for or helping your customers and how you're aiding them and how you're helping them just go through this journey, whether it's through the pandemic or whether it's now through recessionary times, that has become important. So when you ask me that question of, in terms of how do you help B2B brands, what has been the change? I think those are the 2 big changes that have then triggered a lot of backward motion, right? So whether it's some of technology, in terms of the type of campaigns, in terms of how platforms are thinking about this. And the last piece that I would say on that is that has also triggered a lot of change internally for us as a platform, for example, at LinkedIn. So why is this true or relevant? At LinkedIn, our idea always has been on establishing professional identity for our advertising business. But over the last 2 years, some other aspects also became important, which was you had to protect personal identity and you had to be absolutely careful of how much information you're using and how. And as one of the most compliant platforms globally, that thought process informed a lot of our technology decisions. So actually last December, we unveiled a big project. And what we've started looking at is group identity, not personalized identity for our advertising solutions. And so what that means is as you're going through the buying process, where does a cohort sit in that buying process? And therefore, what kind of messaging or storytelling would help them? And you would see a lot of motion in that direction across platforms, not just for LinkedIn and not just for B2B. But yeah, that's been the big change. How are you a more helpful brand? How you stand true to your values? You've heard a lot of these stories, right? In the earlier sessions, for example, the talented session, they talked a lot about this. So the purpose, driving trust, enabled by technology, I think that was the key theme that we observed over these 2 years.
Fair enough. And picking up from the storytelling bit that you highlighted, that was actually one of my questions. So when in B2C businesses, emotions have had impulse have had a bigger role, right? So do you think these things also apply to B2B? Where does emotional or creative storytelling lie when it comes to B2B marketing?
Sure. I'm not sure if you're ready, but let me start with another reference or an anecdote, right? I mean,
Actually, interesting that way, yeah.
Keeping with the theme. I think there's a seminal work, there's a book, it goes by the title of Decoded, The Science of How We Buy, right? It's a book by Phil Barden. And that book basically proposes a key concept, which basically says, intuitive or perception-based thought process is behind all purchase decisions across B2B and B2C. And the book cites a lot of work by someone who won a Nobel Prize, Daniel Kahneman. And one of his famous quotes is, thinking is to humans as swimming is to cats. We can do it, we just don't like it, right? So as you think about B2B or B2C, you're thinking about purchase decisions, actually you might believe that you're thinking through and you're making the right decision, and there is that economics at the back of your head of how much value delivered for how much money you're paying, but that's not true. It's all triggered in essence by mental association and structures. So you already know what a brand stands for. That has been driven into your head over a very long period of time where they built a brand, and now it's powerful enough where you want to go out and engage with the brand. Interesting bit is we recently did a research at LinkedIn. And as per our research, a majority of marketers, B2B marketers in India, the leaders that we spoke to, they said that the B2B creative confidence is actually growing in India. The pull towards creativity in B2B is so strong that they believe that the decisions are not just emotionally charged, but also the kind of content and creative that is getting created is actually driving and influencing the bottom of the funnel purchase decisions. They're also confident in terms of the quality of creative that we are delivering. And it is not just all rational, logical thought about that functional aspect of the brand. It is a lot more about symbolism and about striking a good relation as far as the end users are concerned. So I think there is a shift in terms of how storytelling takes a center stage. Look at some of the biggest brands, B2B brands. Look at Salesforce, you look at IBM, Dell. You would see over the last few years, they have made that shift towards symbolic storytelling more than purchase a product, because here's the problem that we solve for you. Here's the top line impact that we drive, right? So we still see a little bit of that remnant thought process, but I think the industry is evolving very, very quickly, and they all understand that the buying committee essentially, and at the end of the day, is still made up of human beings who are relying on their memory structures. And the essence of this is we are all lazy in that aspect. We don't want to put in too much thought process. So the easier it is to make a decision, the better it is for a brand.
Great, that gives a lot of insight. Sachin, I'd like to take a break from my line of questioning and look at a few questions that we've been receiving, from the audience.
Sure.
So we have Komal Goyal, who is asking, what is the significance of offline in B2B marketing, especially now post-COVID, and is LinkedIn working on micro community building?
So let me take the second part of the question first. As far as micro community building goes, actually, there are a lot of features on LinkedIn where you can build groups, social groups, as long as there is saliency around a professional topic. It could be education, it could be an institute that you attended. So you are the alumni and you want to create a social group. All of those features exist on LinkedIn. It's all organic. These are unpaid features. So anyone can access these features. We see massive traction on LinkedIn because of these features. So over the last 2 years, obviously, like I said, the pandemic's not a trivial affair, but what we've seen is our engagement, user growth shoot through the roof over the last 2 years, is because there was a lot of conversation, not just about jobs, not just about brand stories, but in general about problems that people are facing and the career transition. And a lot of that was happening in groups, which is the micro community on LinkedIn. Offlining of brand, see, at LinkedIn, we are strong believer that we enable part of the process. And in some cases, omni-channels become very important. So a lot of B2B transactions are now happening through e-commerce and through the connected world using cloud solutions. But B2B is still not at that stage where 100% of it is online. So yes, we serve a purpose there. There's a part of the problem that we are solving, but some part of B2B is already gradually migrating back to the pre-pandemic world, which is events are becoming main stage. And so now on LinkedIn, we have a LinkedIn event format, and you could do a LinkedIn Live where you get people into a group or a community and you start sharing your story with them. So yes, there are options, but we also believe that B2B, and because of the complexity of the buying cycles and the products, part of it is probably going to be an offline process for some use cases.
Great. That helps a lot. Komal, I hope this answers your question. Getting back to our conversation, Sachin, I'd like to, make the line of questioning a little bit more LinkedIn centric, right? So do you have any tips or any ideas for marketers who are, now exploring LinkedIn marketplace solutions, how they can navigate, through it? And if you have any examples of Indian or global brands who've done this well, something that our viewers can emulate as well.
Yeah, so let me first start by saying, see, when we think of LinkedIn, obviously the first thought that comes to everyone's mind is we are B2B, but the other category that we are very effective in is actually B2C. So we just don't have people from tech who are using LinkedIn today, not just technology players, but ed tech, for example, financial services, government, name an industry, and they're using LinkedIn to reach out to their users. We like to say at LinkedIn that it's important you fall in love with our organic products before you start paying us. So as I go through this answer, you'd realize that a lot of what we offer to advertisers and brands is all unpaid and organic, so they can start using it. And two examples, let me give you two examples here is, once the LinkedIn pages, right? So if you have a company or if you have a product offering, you could create a LinkedIn page, you could acquire followers or users. And so just to give you an idea, there are actually 58 million LinkedIn pages. Organizations, 58 million across the globe have those pages. And a lot of insights come just free of cost. Who's engaging with you? Who's leaving comments? Why are you getting your followers from and why? So all of that just falls in place. That's all organic. Similarly, we've recently launched the LinkedIn Creativity Playbook. So how do you use content in a powerful fashion? Where do you get inspiration from and what insights you could look at? And apart from that, I think what a lot of brands miss out is how to keep their followers engaged. So we've seen brand stories where there are millions of followers, but the way to distribute content, either in terms of frequency or quality, is just not enough to retain the followers, but that is all organic again, right? So you continue to engage with them. I think in terms of what LinkedIn offers, if you want to be an advertiser on the platform, it's again, very, very powerful. All of our ads are served in the feed, so they are central to the experience when you are on the app. And some of our ad formats have very long form content format. So it's not limited to a few characters. You can share your story, you can educate your users. And I think that's the aspect that goes most in our favor, because we are not imagining you're reaching out to users who are already sitting at the bottom of the funnel. We are helping you move through that funnel smoothly, seamlessly, so you can educate users on how they interact and then eventually transact with you. So I think those are some of the aspects of what differentiates LinkedIn. And if you go back and relate to why that is the case, it's very, very simple. Is because members come to our platform because of a certain mindset, and there is a certain identity information that all our members are sharing with us voluntarily. It is the most detailed, personally identifiable information on any social network. So we want to be respectful of that information, but we also understand that some of those are super strong signals that really help the brands and advertisers. So we try and strike a balance there.
Okay. So, taking this question slightly ahead, right. So when brands and agencies are creating their plan, B2B and B2C for that matter. So where do you think LinkedIn performs the best, within the purchase funnel as well as the media blueprint?
Yeah. So I think the short answer to that is everywhere, but let me just talk a little bit and give you a few examples. See, a lot of thinking today, and as we've gone through a tough pandemic phase, and now as we are hypothetically staring at some form of a recession, a lot of thought process really is about short term and how do you capture leads, or how do you get orders, how do you actually close business. But what we are able to solve at LinkedIn is right from discoverability to the education phase, we have the power to convert users into your customers. And so that has to be taken into consideration. And so there's a very interesting piece that B2B Institute, a think tank that we work with, has published, and it's titled The All-Weather Marketing. So they talk about how do you market during a recession, during an economic boom, so that it drives long-term value for you. And the other bit that they talk about is the long and short of marketing, right? So do you build a brand in the long term and do short-term lead generation, or do you just do short-term lead generation? So the one thing I would like to clearly call out in terms of distinction is that the long and the short have to work together. They have to work in unison, because the long-term value is driven by the brand building, the top of funnel, mid funnel campaigns that you do, where you are educating potential users about what you stand for. Interesting bit of research there is we looked at a lot of B2B categories, and we understood that only 5% of users on any platform are actually in market for a product or service. 95% of the users are not ready to purchase now for various reasons. So ongoing contracts, they're already wedded into a product. And so they will get to the end of a cycle, which is also, by the way, true of B2C. And so that's what we try and educate our customers about, is how do you drive salience with the 95%? So when they're ready to buy, your brand is top of mind for them, because that drives the long-term value over the next 5 or 10 years for them, which is the elusive promise. If you're a startup or a funded high growth company, is you want to drive the value over the next 5 to 10 years, not just immediately. So our ad products therefore solve for both these. We solve for the short term, which is, of course, you should be able to capture lead. You should be able to capture interest. Someone should be able to download a copy of a research or an interesting piece of thought leadership that you have. So the ad products allow you to do that. But at the same time, let's say you just wanted to share your story. You wanted to talk to folks about what you stand for and your values and why someone should engage with you. That is also possible. So different ad products that are launched based on what the customer objectives and the horizon of their decision making is.
Makes sense. That actually helps a lot. So Sachin, when what do you think are the mistakes that brands tend to make, when they are using LinkedIn for marketing, right? Like, what is it that is an absolute no-no and should be avoided?
Yeah, that's a problematic answer to that question, because you could argue in today's day and time, it's very difficult to say what is a mistake. A lot of us went through that forced learning experience over the last 2 years where we thought something was a mistake, but then turned out to be very virtuous in the end. So I wouldn't say a mistake, but I think there is a certain way, there's a certain methodology or a playbook, if you would, of how you can best use LinkedIn. And I think I alluded to one of those aspects, which is the long versus short. If you're always in the game of capturing leads, or if you think your audiences are primed and you just want them to express interest, that is great in the short term, but literally you're picking the lowest hanging fruit. And so are you priming the audience so they'll be able to engage with you 2 years from now, 5 years from now? That's the key question. So I think that is a thought process that we try and drive some change on. And the other thing I would say is, just the second point is going to be on the content. A lot of times we see advertisers and brands come to us and they want to repurpose content that they've created for other platforms, social media, or just otherwise generally for the web. And the challenge here is that you have an audience that is very engaged in the conversation that you want to have with them. Right? This is an audience that has an investment mindset. They're looking at what they want to do with their professional career, how they want to invest in themselves. And so you have an opportunity to capture this audience in that space, and you can have literally like a one-to-one conversation with them on LinkedIn. So imagine if I was in that mindset, but you showed me an ad that was just a picture and a call for action. Right? So I think that's a missed opportunity. That's a lost opportunity for the brand where they could drive salience. So I would think that, to my mind, is the other aspect of what we can help brands solve for.
Great. And as someone who's been working in social media, so to say, right, this is more like on a candid front. What will be your personal agenda for the coming year, like on World Social Media Day? What is it that your TDL looks like? What is it that you would like to learn or try?
Absolutely. I think interesting question. I have talked a little bit about where LinkedIn's headed. So there is a little bit of alignment there, Saloni. I think I started this conversation by saying there are 2 or 3 important aspects of how marketing on digital platforms will evolve. And a lot of that is to do with how you can use automation to reduce cost, and how you can use some of the data science and intelligent signals to reach your customers and to drive the value proposition that you're getting paid for. I think, to me, that is an important aspect, because more and more of this is going to become technology powered versus dependent on human or manual intervention over the next few years. And the other bit is, how do you drive the economies for your customer? Everyone's going to go through probably a little bit of a tough phase as we stare at potentially what could be a recession. We don't know for sure, but definitely a little bit of inflation, a little bit of economic headwinds for sure. And as a platform, we want to be consultants to our customers to help them solve some of these problems proactively. And the best way to do that is if you help them take a direct impact on their top line or their bottom line. And I think that is what we are actively thinking of. So whether you're a technology advertiser or you're in edtech or you're in fintech, what we want to drive for you is a better top line impact, but try and minimize the cost or the hit that you take for it as you wait through these next 12 to 18 months. And then I think what that does is positions our platform to capture the upside.
Completely. So, but when we talk about costs and we talk about top line, we've seen a lot of small like SMBs, and when I say small, I mean pretty small. Like it could be a very localized office furniture supplier. Someone who specializes in chairs, and they've always asked us, from a B2B perspective, how do we go about, reaching out to a larger audience, right? So, what kind of tips do you have for such brands, who might come with a very very modest budget, so to say, but how can they go about digital marketing? There's this huge gap that they feel in knowledge. So what would be your tips for them?
Yeah, I think in isolation, just looking at the top line or just looking at bottom line is probably not fair. So we get this question quite a bit: is what about efficiencies? It looks like LinkedIn is an expensive platform. See, the whole idea here is for every dollar that you spend on any platform, how much budget or how much value are you able to capture from your end customers, right? So if the intent is high, if the message is relevant, and if you're reaching the right audience, and that's the power that LinkedIn delivers to you, is that we are able to tell you who is in the market, and because of the information that we have, who is in the professional capacity to make a decision about that purchase decision. So say it's office chairs, right? On a lot of other platforms, you would find it very difficult to identify who's actually going to make that decision in, say, a 10,000 employee plus company. But on LinkedIn, we have the ability, because of the first party signals, to actually tell you, well, here's who you need to talk to, because this is facilities, this is the CFO's office, this is where the actual budget related decision is getting made. So the idea there is the relevance of the messaging and accurate targeting. And if that happens, and if you're able to strike that sweet spot, basically what it does is you don't have to spend as much. So you might have very modest budgets, but then there is a direct impact to the revenue that you realize. So that's I like to say, when you think of ROI, which basically is a term that's thrown around quite a bit, the challenge with ROI is you can only calculate ROI when there is a return in that equation in the numerator, which means the actual rupee or dollar value has to be in the numerator. And so if you look at that equation, LinkedIn's a very powerful platform, because high intent means better conversion rates from our audience. That leads to direct business impact for our advertisers. So what might seem like expensive in the short term actually leads to better ROI in the long term.
That's true. We've spoken about it, how when information is abundant, intent and attention become expensive, right? So I think that plays right in. Sachin, with that marks my end of questions. But anything that you think we've missed out on? Any closing remarks for our viewers here right now?
Yeah, I would just say these are very exciting times. I think a lot of evolution. We've heard from speakers today, whether it's from an agency or from other platforms, I wouldn't even call it gradual now, but the accelerated pace of innovation. And I think that's the key aspect: is innovation driving growth is the virtuous cycle that will come about because of technology empowerment. And that's going to happen again over the next few years because of just the economic pressures that companies will have to face. So exciting phase. It's important for everyone to be educated on the value that the platforms deliver. And every platform obviously has a positioning and a space of value that they add. But right time to be in this industry.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time. Sachin, it was really a very insightful session. It's given me a lot of insights on how to go about, LinkedIn in terms of marketing for different kinds of businesses and the whole B2B picture. We have a couple of questions from audiences. We can later, curate those and share it with the POC. And we really hope to take this conversation forward. Yeah. Thank you again.
Congratulations again for this forum, and I hope you continue to have a great day ahead.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sachin and Saloni. It has been very insightful, this session. And I'm sure all of you have some of the key takeaways that you've taken from the session. So don't forget to tweet them using the hashtag SMLive. Also, do tag us at social_Samosa so that we can also engage in the conversation. Now, the enthusiasm is palpable through the day. The sessions and the audience participation have truly made this World Social Media Day social. I would like to take a moment to give a quick shout out to our gifting partners. Please join me in thanking Moonshop, Spice Story, 4700 BC, Fitspire, Moonshine, Tags, Artisante Fine Foods, Coffeeza, and the Switch Fix. Thank you so much for your support. And now is the time for the first panel of the day on decoding Web3 and NFTs for advertising and marketing. For this, I would like to invite on stage Deepak Sarvi, co-founder and COO Chingari, Eklavya Bhattacharya, founder at Fused Bulb and Blakomi podcast host Future Proofing, Vishal Jacob, chief digital officer at Wavemaker, Unmisha Bhatt, co-founder and chief strategy officer at Tonic Worldwide, and Ricky Agarwal and chief business and operating officer, Blink Digital, who will be moderating the session as well. A very warm welcome to all of you. And I'd like this screen to be taken over by Ricky.
Hi. Thank you guys for having me on board, and I think it's a great panel. So first, I would like to start the panel discussion with like what is Web3 and decoding the NFT space literally to all the panelists, so they can like literally explain to our viewers what Web3 means, what NFTs mean, what fungible tokens are, and you guys can like start. I think Deepak, you can start, and then we can move.
Hey, hi everyone. Thanks for having me here. So for us, it's a kind of a different travel. So we were a Web3 app, a Web2 app before, and in October we launched our tokens, Gari tokens, and people were saying, "What is Gari tokens?" So there were too many questions. I'm from a news background or an entertainment background, but we went through for 2-3 years. We've been doing research and how to include this. So there's a simple line which I tell everyone: what is Web 1, Web 2, Web 3? Web 1 was information website. Web 2, there are a lot of people who ask like very simple line. Web 2 is about people communicating with each other, and Web 3 is all about whatever. If Chingari is earning something, so we kind of distribute with people. And you own your content. In Web 2, whenever you upload a content to any other website, you don't own it, and the monetization go to that MNC or that product basically. So that's a simple way of telling people what is Web3 all about.
Thank you, Deepak. Eklavya, what according to you is Web3? I think you guys have done interesting stuff on NFTs and all that stuff. So yeah,
Ricky, I can go. Thank you for having me here. I can go on about what is Web3 for hours and decades. I have a podcast, in fact, and where we deep dive into Web3. See, Web3 is the future of the web, right? And to basically describe that, Web3 is constantly evolving. There are multiple facets to Web3. One, of course, is blockchain. Within blockchain technology, you have a lot of things like NFTs, where there's a lot of hype. You have a lot of smart contracts, which can make right from supply chain management, production, everything to operate in a far better way. And of course, also lies the metaverse, right? And the metaverse is this world of AR and VR where everything comes together. You're going to play, you're going to have education, you're going to have shopping experiences, all under one immersive umbrella, probably. And no one knows, right? The fun thing is no one knows how exactly it's going to roll out, but everyone has some idea. And the whole world's working towards it. And today we're going to also discuss what's in it for brands and probably how it's as an advertising, what you can do and what's in it for creators. So yeah, really excited to be here and add more value.
Yeah. Unmesha, what do you think? Like, I think in terms of advertising, Web3, everyone's talking, right? The whole brand, like everyone talks about like doing something in Web3. So what according to you is Web3? And like, how do you see it linking back to brands?
Sure. Actually, my co-panelists have touched upon the tech angle of Web3. So let me talk about it from a consumer perspective, because the minute a brand is born, its consumers are born. And the need for Web3 from a consumer perspective is primarily giving power back to the users. we've always heard consumer is king, and consumer is going to be a larger king thanks to Web 3.0. So, from a brand perspective, the faster the marketers adopt to giving power to the users, to learning the new ways of marketing, which enable incentivization so that users are enabling data sharing, or to enabling AR, VR experiences, to building immersive experiences. The faster brands are able to do that, the faster they will be able to create trustworthy relationships with their consumers, the new age consumers going forward. The current consumers are already hooked onto Web 2.0, but we are talking about the new age consumers, the younger TG who's soon going to be their long-term consumers.
I think that's a great point. I think now the world is moving towards C2C, creators to consumers, and everyone is a creator, right? So Web3 is where the power of creators lie. Vishal, so what do you think? So in terms of Wavemaker, the biggest media company in India, like what according to you is Web3, and how do like brands see Web3 being used on day-to-day activity? Like if you can like shed some light, that'll be great.
Yeah, I think everyone's talked about multiple facets of what Web3 really stands for, isn't it? But I think at its very core, I think what Urmesh also talked about essentially is the aspect of decentralization. So if you were to compare the Web 2 era, where all data was currently centralized by a few large platforms as such, the promise that Web3 essentially has is the promise of decentralization, essentially, which means giving the power back to the consumers. Well, that is the philosophy. I think we've still got a long way to go for that, right? And there is elements of trust. There is elements of decentralization. There's also, if you go a little bit into the tech side of it, there is the blockchain technology layered by smart contracts. So that has the power of automating a lot of capabilities, right, in the Web3 era. Then the aspect of making things far more experiential in nature. Making things far more experiential in nature, and making things far more immersive in nature through the use of metaverses and so on and so forth. So if I were to bucket it, I would say Web3 is probably, as one of the panelists said, probably the future of the internet, where we see a lot of decentralization, a lot of power back to the consumers from a privacy standpoint, a far more secure internet, a far more faster internet, a far more immersive internet, a far more experiential internet, right? And so that's the premise. Now, if you look at what brands are currently doing right now, to be honest, at this point in time, a lot of brands are actually trying to kind of get a sense of how to leverage or how to exploit the capabilities around a decentralized world, right? And when you look at decentralized marketing, there are multiple aspects to it. So there is the aspect around media, creative and content, essentially, and in fact measurement also. So when you look at it from that lens, I think there are multiple gamuts to this, and it's still at a very, very nascent and advanced stage. And when you look at media from a media lens, I think blockchain is being used right now as a test scenario to kind of figure out how to get better quality inventory. From a creative and content scenario, we're looking at creative and content being far more immersive in nature. And from a measurement standpoint, I think it's still yet to kind of take place, because the aspect of brand viewability and fraud is still being tested in this area. So it's still a long way to go, I'd say, Ricky.
I think you brought out a very important point of transparency. I think the blockchain fundamental values lies in transparency, right? So I can literally track what's happening on the chain, like end to end. It's not like a centralized system, though there are a lot of centralized exchanges, but generally, if you look at the DeFi and all that stuff, like the power of blockchain is where the power of transparency comes in, especially in a world where so much of information is hidden, right? So with Facebook and Twitter and all that stuff. Now going back to Deepak, I think I was really fascinated when I heard your name and started doing research on what you guys are doing. And I saw your linking of Gari tokens with Chingari app. And like, if you can explain people, like, how does it work? I think you touched upon it very briefly. But I think you've actually used the power of Web3, right? Like a lot of people say Web3. Now you've basically launched a token on a Solana network to empower creators. So if you can explain how you went from a Web2 company to a completely different Web3 format, and like what was the thinking, and like what all are you guys doing in like this whole linking of Gari with content creators and all that stuff?
So I don't talk too much of tech, but I can talk. But the thing is, Right now it should be very plain and vanilla thing. So initially there were like apps we launched, and there were like different app which launched and everything. So everyone was thinking about getting content creator on board and just using their content and kind of making it big. But from initial onwards, the thought of creating Chingari app was giving a tool to a creator to create a content. So it was initially on WhatsApp, status, where people used to create content and put it on WhatsApp status. So that's what our thought process was. So from initially onwards only, we were thinking how we should empower the creators. And after this whole thing, we saw few creators jumping from one platform to other platform and they are looking for monetization. Okay, so we thought instead of giving them 1 month, 2 months, or 3 months, let's look out for a bigger a solution for it, so they can earn regularly for, and they have the content on chain, so they know how much they are earning from their video or like shares, and how much time they are spending. So that was the thought process for creating Gari. So what we are doing right now, so we in October 2021 we launched it, and we took some time to integrate it. Right now, from last 1 or 2 months, people are like, mining was a very different thought process for people. People thought mining was like stack of the drivers and mining and everything. So we changed the whole thought process and say, mining, you can mine from your phone. You just have to, whenever you have time, just watch videos, like, share, comment, and you can
That's
earn tokens. So
that's
that way, it's like we have balanced the ecosystem right now, where creators are creating content and they're happy to get the tokens, and they create a good content instead of just creating a content, because they know if they create a good content, it will go viral. So now we have like more than 500,000 wallets activated. So
mm,
initially one kind of roadblocker was that the people will understand what is wallet, how the blockchain will work. That was kind of initially we thought whether it will work or not. But luckily we pulled it off, and every day and everyone is seeing on the chain that how much tokens the creators are making, and it's all transparent.
yeah, yeah.
So now the creators every day. So we have a 24/7 helpline, on calls, and
Nice.
people from tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 are understanding how they are making Gari tokens basically. So it's just that we have given them empowerment of, uh, kind of, making money, or, monetizing their content. And even for, I'll touch upon the marketing part later, because I was a marketing person before
Yeah.
joining Chingari. So there are few things where even the brands will come, because they understand that's a real kind of value for it, because this creator is creating content, and the whole the views and everything is on blockchain, and they understand these guys have got so many tokens. That means there is an engagement to it basically.
I think that's great. I think like what you guys have done is literally, a lot of people say Web3, Web3, right? You guys have literally used Web3 and executed, and like, I don't know, a lot of people know like Gari token is outperforming the market. So when Bitcoin is crashing, Gari is going up, and at a volume of $2 million a day. It's quite commendable to see. Like, I was surprised when I went to Coin Market Cap and to see the price of Gari token. I'm like, wow. I need to ask you what's going behind, but that can that I think we can do it on a separate chat. Eklavya, I was going through your podcast, and I think some of the things that you really touched upon was, I think one is the tokens, the other one is NFTs, right? Non-fungible tokens, and like, and how do you bring utility to NFTs? One
Yeah,
of the things people don't understand is it's not the picture that itself has
true.
value. It's the utility that you add to it,
Exactly.
where you basically make access or like give exclusive access to things. So what is your take on it? And I saw like a lot of your podcast where music people have come and spoken about it. So what is your take on like adding utilities and like,
Sure. Sure.
and
So,
all
so
like,
Ricky, to basically explain to the layperson, right? Like, what is an NFT? An NFT is basically a digital token on the blockchain. Okay, and it's unique. So that's the non-fungible aspect of it, and that's all you actually need to know right now, without getting overwhelmed by the whole world of Web3 and blockchain. Now, when you talk about it as a crypto or a blockchain asset, right? What do you mean? An asset has a value when there's someone willing to pay something for it, right? Like be it on an open platform like say OpenSea or anywhere else where someone says, okay, like I have a NFT, and I want to sell it, right? But who will buy it, right? Like, are you hoping there's hype and someone will buy it because you're just tweeting about it or some celebrities tweeting about it? So that's what, like, we're in the phase where people are now starting to worry about what is this value? And the value can be multifold, right? Like a basic value can be, the token can be associated with a real physical object. So if it's a musician, the guitar which he used in his first gig, probably if you own a digital token, there is also a real physical asset associated with it. The provenance is going to be maintained as the musician becomes bigger. Probably that you have a physical memorabilia along proving the digital token, proving that you have ownership. That's one aspect of it, right? The other aspect of it is the utility aspect of it. Now, what is utility? Now, the utility can be as simple as come jam with me, come have dinner with me, a selfie with me, a collab with me on Insta, part of a Discord community, which gives you a club sort of a feel, past of events. So let me give you an example, right? Like one of the most known evangelists in the Web3 space is a guy called Gary Vee. Okay. Now, Gary Vee, apart from what he's done in the web space, has a company, has a content company, etc. And he wanted to get into this Web3 space, right? So he said, let me release some NFTs. I don't know what these will do, but I want to play around, right? So some people, his friends, etc., must have bought some NFTs. Then he announces all those who have my NFTs will now be part of a Discord community, and you will get free merch, access to conversation, etc. So suddenly the people who bought the initial NFT realized, oh, wow, there are soon going to be people who are willing to pay something for it, right? Then he announced that whoever owns this token will get, for the next 5 years, entry into Gary Vee's VCon, right? So people who own these NFTs are known as V friends. And the VCon recently happened a year back. It's also in a DAO format where everyone who owns the token is part of creating this community and such an event. And it's a beautiful example, right? Like how as you release a token, you can keep adding more and more utility and value. And where it actually starts blowing your mind, right? Where in the second level, when you talk about dApps and the second level of programming, which is going to have a blockchain, like a guy like Chingari's platform or a brand, so say a Pepsi or a Coke, realize that here's a creator who's got a lot of tokens in the market. They can add some sort of utility out there, right? Because it's open and the blockchain's there, right? So in the creator economy, it's got massive potential. But when we speak about potential, why is it required, right? And I think Unmisha mentioned it, and also you guys mentioned it, where the sense of community, right? The sense of belonging, which every human likes, right? And which pretty much every creator wants. That has evolved over time, right? So initially there was Facebook pages, Facebook fan likes. Suddenly Facebook, all the effort you've taken to create that Facebook fan page, you're not getting that engagement because other brands have created fan pages. So you're not even reaching out to your fans. Then you move to Instagram, and then you realize, or you move to TikTok. Suddenly TikTok is gone one day. So a lot of creators, a lot of brands also realizing, can we create a community, right? Can we be part of a bigger community like say Decentraland or Roblox, right? Where brands are trying to do stuff where we actually have a sense of ownership, but also all our fans have some sort of ownership, right? So there's so much which one can do with just with creator economy. I don't want to talk about what we did. We actually did an NFT of a really popular Instagram star.
Yeah, I saw that.
And so it was with a guy called Finance with Sharan. He's really blown up on Insta. And it was simple, it was simple if you win. And see, it's tedious also, right? Like just to get a auction running, you will understand regulations to get a wallet, to get a Phantom wallet, MetaMask wallet, transfer Solana into it, pain. But yet there were enough people who participated. That shows you that if you're a genuine creator and you have believers, they will take the effort, right? So the utility was access to his future Discord group, a chance to collaborate with him on Instagram. And where it gets interesting is, brands can come in, like probably to work with him. If as a brand you really believe in him, you can actually buy the token. If you believe he's going to grow even bigger in the next few years, you can bank that utility later. So there's so much which can be done, but primarily everything's going to be community driven. And I think Web3 blockchain allows such a beautiful canvas to creators, to brands to play around with for the future. and also, first time genuinely care about your evangelists, your fans, your followers, and build that community wherever and take it wherever you go, right? And you don't have to worry that big data companies using all your data to make money, or big data companies charging you for ads so that you can reach out to your own community. Ridiculous, right? So all those things are going to change, and it's evolving, right? So thank you for allowing me for that
No,
for
no,
that rant.
no
But yeah,
issues. It was, I think you segued into the next question that I had with Unmisa, where basically the Web 2 world was social engagement. Now it's moving to community engagement, right? So wherein I think a lot of, I think both of Deepak and Iklavya both have touched upon Discord, Twitter. These are the Reddit, wherein what's happening is moving from likes, comments, and shares. That basically has been like where Facebook has millions of money, has made a lot of money on it, and now suddenly you see Discord coming up with like whitelisting and all that stuff. So how do you think like brands will take it, right? Because what it has taken 10 years for brands to understand Facebook. Now it'll take, will they take so much time to understand Discord? And like, because if that's the evolution, then like it'll be like a, like it'll become like they'll start getting onto Discord when web 10.0 will happen, right? So what do you think of like how you had initial discussions with brands, and like how like open they are of creating Discord communities, talking to people one on one, creating utilities around brand, like that's like how can they make a consumer feel part of the brand?
I think, community building is something that all brands are hungry to do. And one of the briefs that as agencies or digital marketers we get, and we keep attempting to do that via influencers, content creators. Why do we use influencers which are, fashionistas, or which are maybe food bloggers? Because you want to attract that specific community, right? So, as far as community marketing, community based marketing goes, there won't be a need to build that need with marketers, because marketers are already hungry to do that. The biggest challenge, however, is that marketers are always, looking at numbers. They're looking at data, and they want to see the proof of the pudding before they put their fingers into using a particular platform. Unfortunately, from an India perspective, yet there are very limited numbers which are available for platforms like Discord, and the size of the community specific to Indian audiences, and so on and so forth. The minute platforms are also a little more forthcoming, the minute we are able to build larger communities, they are able to build larger communities from these geographies. And I think it's a chicken and an egg situation. If brands were a little more bold and forthcoming, to not worry about data and size of communities, and would take a leap and start building the communities, automatically the community would grow, automatically data would come, so it's a chicken and an egg situation, and I think it's more of agencies and media educating brands and taking that first step in plunging into community building with these kind of platforms. Community building is definitely a need, but leveraging these platforms is right now at a very, very nascent stage.
Yeah, I think if brands can become leaders and actually do stuff before others do it, it'd be great. And especially for Indians, rather than following the West, if we can follow what we do, uh, and start doing stuff like Chingari is a great example, like an Indian app doing stuff that like I was surprised. I'm like, oh wow, like, and it's commendable, right? And they are a brand. My next question to Vishal is, so in terms of so what is happening is with Web3, we see newer platforms coming in, right? Like people are now using Twitter as their as a medium of communication, Reddit, Discord, and there is this browser called Brave, which incentivizes you to see ads. Where a lot of people have like in the panel said that now power is with the consumer, right? They tomorrow, how like are you exploring these mediums, or are you like looking to like get data? Like are like brands open to advertising on this medium? Like what are brands saying, since this is something that you guys do? Like, are they open? Like, what is the word out there in the market with all these new platforms?
Well, it really depends on the type of brands, to be honest. Yeah. So we have the legacy brands who would never spend a single penny on any of these platforms without having a good validation, right? So, and validation over here happens at multiple levels, right? So validation happens from a consumer lens. So, the fundamental for any media person is to ensure that he reaches to the right person, right? It reaches the right people, basically. And secondly, they reach out to people and not bots, essentially, right? So from that lens, right, there are a lot of questions being asked, but not necessarily having the right kind of answers in place. So as a result of which, there are legacy brands who wouldn't want to get into advertising in some of these areas, or rather they want to do a little bit, they dip their toes in it, but not necessarily go and swim in it until they're kind of sure about what they're really getting into, right? So to a large extent, there are three barriers that I currently see. One is purely reach, the number of people, and there is no valid source to understand how many people are currently out there on some of these platforms, right? Second thing is the promise of Web3 essentially is that it is far more permissionless, right? Which means with the lack of data, you would not necessarily know what kind of audiences you're reaching out to. And also you probably have a challenge of whether you reached out to a person or an individual or not, because unlike the Googles and the Facebook, who's capturing the details of the users and ensuring that they're actual valid people, we probably wouldn't get that similar kind of information as yet, right? Maybe over a period of time, once these platforms start looking at advertising as a real source of revenue, then things might change essentially. But at this point in time, it's not necessarily something which brands are looking at putting as a center stage of their marketing mix. Right. So if I'm spending $100, it'll be in the very, very low single digits to kind of experiment and test and learn and see how things are going over here.
Yeah, I think you guys have done some interesting work on Metaverse also. I think brands are like open to doing as an experiment.
Like I said, yes, a lot of test and learns happening for sure. Okay, so they're far more open to doing it. But if your question essentially is, will a serious part of the media mix or marketing mix get plowed into it? The answer for that is not yet. Maybe over a period of time when things become far more seamless and far more clearer, right? But test and learns, 100% definitely yes.
Maybe we need like a property like IPL where digital rights sell more than the TV rights, and then people like, oh wow, digital is big. Maybe something will happen on Web3. Maybe Terra Network will come back.
It's definitely the future, right?
Yeah. So I think that's the point, right? Brands take time to evolve, and sometimes they need external validation. Web3 is full of validation. It's just that you need to be on the platform to understand those validations. I think my next question, a lot of people are asking about NFTs. I think if Eklavya, like if you can quickly tell us, what do you think is the future of NFTs?
Okay.
Like at what all touch points NFTs can be used, and how can a layman monetize his asset on a blockchain, right? So because I think
we'll break it down, right? Yeah, perfect. So we'll break it down to what it's currently the hype is all around, right? So one of the initial hype is if you want to make money, the arbitrage model is here, right? And it's been around for decades and eons, right? You buy something for cheap, you figure out, and you are convinced that someone else out there might pay a little more for it, right? It's also known as the greater fool theory. You don't believe in it yourself completely, because probably you're doing data, you're trying to figure it out, you don't know what are the developers, but you know that this graph is going to go up, right? So if you are looking at it to make money, there is money to be made, but that's like scratching the surface of NFTs, right? Now, when you look at NFTs, what we already spoke about, right? We spoke about powering the creator economy. The next thing is brand economy, right? Like if brands eventually create some sort of an environment, say either within a smaller metaverse, like say a Fortnite, or on a decentralized platform like Decentraland, Roblox, they can start giving tokens, right? And that's a marketing manager's utopian dream, right? Like people will be part of a platform. You can keep reaching them over and over again. They will partake in a transaction with you because of this token, which probably will allow you to track them, etc. So there's a lot which can be done there. When it comes to content, right? So that's when fractional NFTs and all gets really exciting, right? Now, what do I mean by that? We all know a little about Kickstarter, right? Like Kickstarter used for crowdfunding, for multiple things. Now imagine that happening in content, in gaming, in music, etc., where the ways of where content can get produced and distributed can change. What I mean by that is, like, imagine a mutual fund, right? So if your content project or movie is broken into, say, 100 tokens, someone can invest in that token. Okay. And once invest that token, probably owns a percent of it. In the future, if that piece of content is, and I'm talking about a show, a movie, etc., music, is going to earn any time in the future, wherever, right, in the metaverse, different metaverses, automatically you will get revenue out of it. Now that suddenly starts making sense, right? Where people are, rather than getting overwhelmed by just blockchain technology, you're trying to break it down into, okay, so NFTs can be used for such things. Now, when you want to go deeper, in fact, like I spoke about provenance, right? Ownership, real estate, etc. The one of the things which all the panelists have mentioned is trust. Trust is at the core of Web3, right? In fact, blockchain, Bitcoin was made because of the fear of don't trust anybody, right? Your currency can devalue, banks can go bankrupt, and you won't get your money back. So at the core of it, you have to figure out this trust angle. And I think NFT solves a lot of these trust angles, right? Where it's not a certain middleman who you have to trust, or who's saying that, okay, like this person owns the asset, right? So I think that's why I'm an evangelist, right? Because I believe a lot of places where there's corruption, etc., everything, future tenders can be passed through this. Elections can be run where you have tokens. Yeah. So the future is incredible, but you should not see right now. There's a lot of hype around NFTs, and that's what I would say, right? Bored Ape Club stuff going for $1 million.
Yeah.
You should not feel FOMO. You should read about this stuff. You should educate yourself. And to the question, if you really want to make money, then you have to be smart, right? It's like the stock market. You buy cheap, you sell for more, right? Is that going to make you feel better if you are in the space to make money? Yes, right? Or if you are an art collector, you have enough money and you truly believe that if you own something, it differentiates you. So there's so much in the NFT world, and we are just scratching the surface, right? And I'm really excited to see how brands are going to use it, and we are helping some brands trying to figure out their presence across metaverse, their experience with communities, how, because after a point you have to realize, right? Yeah, if every brand is giving out is wanting you part of their community, how many brands and communities will you want to be part of, right? Like, not more than 2, 3, 4, right? Because otherwise, again, like, you will want to declutter and shut the whole thing. So it's going to be very tricky, right? And I think the big brands who built affinity over years, like Anisha mentioned, like community building anyway, everyone wants to do. And I think NFTs are going to be a easier way into the market, if you ask me, because NFTs, what they have managed to do for Web3 crypto world is finally explaining the concept of blockchain technology has become easier, rather than you try explaining DeFi, right? Like, you try explaining DeFi to people are like, Ricky, what are you saying, right? so I think there's a lot of fun which can happen in NFTs, and great to see Chingari doing such cool stuff around it, right?
Yeah.
So that's when dApps will come. Other people will build off the Ethereum network, off Solana network. Someone will come and build something on the Gari tokens, right? And that's the future. And right now, what I would say is just read, immerse yourself. NFTs are tokens to these conversations, right? I sometimes feel Web3 is like an echo chamber. It's the same kind of people repeating the same thing over and over again to people. I think NFTs have tried to break this echo chamber and get a lot more other people into this world. And I'm so glad so many people are asking and curious about NFTs, right?
Yeah, I think people get in when it becomes simpler to get in, when people start understanding, right? Like, for example, like if you explain them what tokens are, they not understand. But if you explain them an image of yours can get you some value, that is something that they understand. So you get this whole creator.
You have to be lucky for that, right? Like, image of yours can get your value. That's where the scam comes in, right?
That's what we call a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah, don't believe such people unless you are a huge celebrity, okay, and you already have 10 million followers on Instagram. But don't fall for that. You might get lucky. It's the creator fool theory, right? And a lot of people are using this. And let's be real, right? People are using NFTs to park black money. And that's where the government will come in. They'll try to figure out what are these assets, can be taxed. So it's not going to be like, you're not going to wake up tomorrow and see an NFT economy. But slow and steady steps, more and more, like Vishal, I completely resonate with what he says, right? Brands are going to figure out what's happening. One good case study, a lot of other brands will want to replicate. And I think we're going like this year and the next is going to be really exciting in this Web3 space.
Yeah. Yeah, I think my plan is to make sure that you get some head time with our finance minister so that we can have better taxation in India.
No, but that actually is one of the biggest barriers, Ricky. So if you look at it, right, if you look, I think from a organizational standpoint also, we do all these wonderful presentations, go to them, sell some killer idea and all that. And finally, we realize that the roadblock over there is one legal guy sitting over there saying, listen, who's going to create this wallet for you on MetaMask and how are you going to link it to a bank account and who's going to own this stuff? And then we have to come back with our tail between our legs, right? So that unfortunately is a real barrier. Yeah, we need to address that.
Now, I think to add to that 10% tax, TDS, 1% TDS is like a big roadblock. But I think Deepak is there, like a great example of how Chingari has been able to do something which is like way ahead of its time, at least in India. Like I know globally it's been like a thing, but in India to do something like it's great. My next question is to Deepak. I think if you can, I think we don't have time. So I think one of the questions that I wanted to ask is how are you solving the problem of taxes or making sure you are aligned with the government? Because it seems that the government is not aware of what crypto systems are and they're trying to become more stricter, more like rigid, and this TDS system, like how are you guys planning to like bridge the gap between what you guys are doing, which is really empowering, and the government, which like government of India, which I think somewhere doesn't understand this whole system. And I think TDS is one way of them saying, okay, now let me just try controlling it, control a platform which is literally decentralized. So what are you guys doing?
Yeah. So we are following government norms and whatever regulations. Anyways, they will also understand after a few days what things are happening. Even they are trying. So luckily, you think on a bright side that at least they are kind of validating that okay, this kind of market exists, this kind of thing. So at least that thing is there. So after a few days, if they kind of also for us to make someone understand Web3, this is the Web3 and everything, at least they will take some time to understand this. For right now, we believe it's okay, whatever is there, at least we have that open policy that we can use this, we can people can use this. That's our thought process.
Great. Unmesha, now to you. So what do you think are the Web3 marketing trends when it comes to India as a market? Like, have you seen any early trends, something that like you believe will like blow up, right? There is always a tipping point, and like how Facebook had a tipping point in US and then it became all over the world. So what are some of the trends that you feel like that's there existing in India, like early trends that can just blow up? Like I know globally Twitter has blown up, like in terms of like how Twitter, like now Twitter can decide the fate of a coin with a tweet, right? Like Elon Musk can tweet something and the coin can appreciate or depreciate. Like, so what kind of early trends that you are seeing in like an India market when you talk to like consumers, creators, and all that stuff?
I think the only trend actually that we've been talking about, hearing, reading about, and also brands are open to learning more about is metaverse, and metaverse. So I
This
think
is like
brands.
this reminds me of the like campaigns of Facebook. Like when when Facebook launched, everyone wanted to do a like campaign.
Absolutely. So yeah, I mean, brands are still skimming the surface as far as metaverse is concerned. But everybody, I think the brief as an agency, when you meet marketers, and rightly so, because it's up to us on how do we educate and create exciting opportunities on metaverse. But the one line brief is, how do we be the first one to do something interesting on metaverse? And I think there's a lot of opportunity out there because metaverse is nothing but creating those immersive experiences for consumers. It could be, in the form of either for retail brands or for clothing, fashion brands, enabling consumers to try on or creating those virtual experiences, or for tech brands and gaming brands, further deepening the engagement. So there are multiple opportunities right now from a metaverse perspective, which have not even been explored well, which can be done. And that's the only trend. I mean, NFTs and all of that, of course, form a part of that world. But there are a lot of regulations, like we were talking about, and that's something that at the moment I think brands would be a little wary. While a lot of brands, we operate in multiple international markets. So in the other international markets, we hear from brands that how can I create an NFT and monetize it? We do get those kind of interesting questions, but as far as trends are concerned, I think metaverse is the hottest trend from an overall perspective.
I like to define metaverse as those like campaigns on Facebook. So wherein it eventually will phase out when everyone has done everything the first time, then actual value will come. I think that's about it. What we have. It was great hosting you guys. I think some of the things that I think there are some questions that we will shoot out to you guys. If you can like answer them, that will be great. According to me, Web3 is the future. Web3 is a layer of data transparency on top of Web2, wherein you can be part of a brand through a token system, which it's like buying shares for a brand, right? So there's so much that you can do on Web3. It will make banks redundant going forward, because what banks do is done on a three line of code on a DeFi protocol. So a lot of revolution. I think in next 10 years, what we will see will be very different from what we are right now. I think that's about it. It was great having you guys on board. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you guys.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you, Ricky, for moderating it so very well. NFTs, blockchains, and whatnot. This panel answered a lot of questions we all have had. So thank you once again to our panelists and moderator. But again, let me remind all of you, if you have some key takeaways or nuggets to share with the wider audience, don't forget to tweet using the hashtag SMLive and also tag us at social_Samosa. We'd love to engage with you in the conversation. And now we move on to a conversation around OTT, the industry that has been growing leaps and bounds in the last few years. I would like to invite on screen Mehul Gupta, co-founder and CEO at SoCheers, along with Rajni Daswani, Director, Digital Marketing at SoCheers. A very warm welcome to both of you. Our panelist here will be talking about the OTT marketing pool, how to match the entertainment quotient. A very warm welcome. I request you to please join us on screen. While they join us, I would also like to remind all of you that you can rewatch the entire content of SMLive on LinkedIn and Facebook. It will be available to rewatch as well for all of you. As well as we will be putting out articles talking about the different sessions. So don't forget to stay tuned to socialsamosa.com. And as we all know, no event is possible without really good partnerships. I would like to take a moment here to give a shout out to our gifting partners, the June Shop, Spice Story, 4700 BC, Fitspire, Moonshine, Tags, Artisante Fine Foods, Coffeeza, and the Switch Fix. Please join me in thanking them. Thank you so much for being part of this event. So while Mehul and Rajni are joining us on screen, I'd like to ask all our online viewers, if you're watching us on Facebook or LinkedIn, or even here on Zoom, tell us in one word, what do you feel about today's content? What is that one thing that stood out for you? You can tell me in one word. What was that? Let me see some reactions coming in here. Insightful. Thank you. Future trends. Very well. Informative. Thank you, Pranali. Informative. Informing. Shreya says informing. Wonderful. I think it was very social media trends, clear words on complex topics. Yes, I think for me also what stood out was how to stay, in alignment with your purpose, whether it's the brand agency and what you're trying to say to the world. The alignment on purpose was something that stood out for me. Knowledgeable, future forward. Absolutely. So wonderful. I think we have Mehul here already, and hello,
Hi,
hello.
Kathy. Hi,
Hi,
Rajni,
very
with
warm
me.
welcome. So both of you are in one screen. Wonderful. We were waiting on two different screens, but this is better. So thank you so much for joining us. Before you start, I would like to wish you a very happy World Social Media Day, and everybody's waiting to hear from you. So I'd leave the screen over to you.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you.
Happy Social Media Day to everyone. From Mehul, he's the co-founder of Socials, Rajni, I'm the director at Socials. And without wasting too much time, we'll get into doing what we are here for today.
Yeah. Kathy, we would want to share our screen. I think so.
We'll give you the access. Just give us a moment.
So yeah, hi guys, hi everyone. Wishing everyone a very, very happy Social Media Day. We are not going to take too much time. We'll try and wrap everything up. Within the next 20 minutes, we'll keep some time for Q&A. Feel free to drop in the questions as and when we're going through the slides so that you don't forget the questions, and we'll be happy to answer all these things, all the questions. Hold on. Open system. Just a second, guys. Guys, give us a second, please.
I think there has been some technical glitch, but Mehul and Rajni will be right back here with us talking about OTT marketing pool, how to match that entertainment quotient. And like they've mentioned, please send in your questions right away. And they're back with us. So welcome back.
I think so. Aajka session अच्छा होगा because whenever this happens with me, it's always a great session. So,
wonderful. We're looking forward to it.
So, and now we're here. Can you see our screen, guys?
Yes.
Super. Okay, so our topic is one of the most interesting topics, and I'm assuming all the topics that have been happening throughout the day, they've been really, really interesting. So we've got a very interesting topics. Our topic is diving deep into OTT marketing, and everyone knows OTT is just picking up here in the country since past now 2.5, 3 years, and it's just going at a very, very good pace.
So we've been lucky to do a lot of OTT marketing campaigns since 2018. That's been 4 years in the running. Since then, we've seen the market booming. Marketing campaigns are only getting bigger and better. Every time we see a campaign, we are like, shit, why didn't we do that? So there's great competition. There's so much happening, and with entertainment in itself, there's just too much to explore, right? There's literally no limit. So like we were just talking about, there are 40 plus OTT platforms in India right now. Honestly, for me, I could count only like 4 or 5 on my fingertips, but there are so many out there. So be it regional, be it in Hindi, be it even English platforms that we look at like a movie or something, the list just goes on. And I'm sure a lot more are going to enter the market in the coming
They're already
years.
in the market in making. So there are regional OTTs, there are normal national OTTs. It's just humongous amount of content across these OTTs, right? I mean, within the year itself, till now, I think so in 2022, we've got 493 plus shows and movies which are out.
And which is only Hindi.
These are only Hindi. So if
we're
you
not counting the English
Tamil,
content, the regional content that we generally watch. Also, there is a lot of free content that also comes on YouTube on platforms like TVF Play, etc. This is barring that. So 6 months in, there are 493 plus shows just in Hindi. So imagine how many shows, how much content is actually out there. So literally, how many can you recall?
Right. And so basically what the challenge is right now, it's a cluttered market, right? Since there are so many shows out there, so much content to consume, the question to the end user is, yaar, dekhe to kya dekhe? And eventually, through marketing, through all the activities we do, we want to be in the conversations amongst our cohorts, so that eventually the show or the content that you're promoting becomes that talk of the town, and people start sampling your content, right? And that's the end objective of what we try to do.
So like putting it very, very simply, right? When you're out for drinks and you're having conversation with your friends and you end up talking about a show that you've recently watched, right? What is that show? You want to make sure that when you're marketing an OTT show, you reach that level of word of mouth, that it becomes a conversation over drinks, over coffee, or something that you're recommending to anyone and everyone. That becomes your differentiator overall. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also taking a pause because I'm just reading some comments.
Yeah, I think we can address the comments at the end.
Yeah, okay, cool. Here, but yeah, sorry. But we also know that there are some shows in market. There's some shows across OTTs who have made a mark. It's a combination of everything. It's also a combination of great marketing and also a good mix of great content out there, right? I mean that both of these are really, really important eventually to make sure that that particular show becomes the talk of the town. Yogita raised her hand.
Yeah, I think Yogita, we'll circle back to you once. Let's get
Yeah, we are just getting
I think Mehul is very easily distracted, guys. So keep the comments for later. He has a very, very short
attention span, like all millennials and Gen Zs out there.
Yeah. So coming back to the flow, just understanding, like I'm sure you see all of these shows and you're like, "Arey yaar, ye to bahut mast tha. I saw this." They've all made it to conversations like I was just talking about, right? So what have these shows done differently? How have they made it there? Is obviously, the marketing campaigns and the conversation pointers that they put out, the tactics they use to get your attention, right? So let's deep dive into that. Let's find out how a show gets marketed.
So simple, and it's a theory from a marketing point of view. It's with entertainment, it's a little different, obviously, because the kind of cohorts you're trying to target and also the action that you want these cohorts to take is very, very different from how you would market a normal product, right? Having said that, I mean, we are talking about marketing a show that's on a particular OTT, right? So you need to understand what the content of the show is. If that content is going to appeal to what sort of a cohort. So once you have that identification, once you narrow down to that, saying that, hey, ये particular show है ना, हम लोग का ये sort of an audience is going to watch. Once you have that understanding, then you dive deeper into, ठीक है, ये cohort को अच्छा लगेगा. What is this cohort doing online? Right? What is this person doing on internet? And once you dive deep into that, you start getting your action points, right? You start understanding कौन से platform पे और ज़्यादा time spend करता है, whether it's YouTube, whether it's on Instagram, Twitter, so on and so forth. Which are the creators and the influencers that person follows, the meme pages, the kind of meme content that person follows, so on and so forth.
Yeah. So just quickly summarizing what Mehul's just said, right? We put it in the slide together. So if you want, you can take a screenshot. It sort of encapsulates everything that you need to do in an OTT campaign, step by step. So you get into step one, you need to understand what the show is about, right? So for example, let's take The Family Man. You know what the show is about. It's about a spy who has a family aspect and has a work aspect that we are trying to show. So which has like a dual life that he's living, right? Who does it talk to and the audience, right? So we deep dive into what cohorts we want to identify. It's a middle class man. We are talking to the masses. We are talking to everyone in general. Be it you, be it me. We all love a little bit of drama. We all love seeing a work-life balance sort of scenario. So we are the audience. So you deep dive, identify what your audience is, etc. And you also understand what are people talking about it in this sense, right? Manoj Bajpayee is the lead. So what are people talking about him? Who's made the show, etc. So you deep dive into listening analytics to just get a sense of what is being spoken about and if any of those insights can be used into the campaign, right? So that's step one. You get into step two, you're approaching now the campaign phase wise, right? We'll go ahead and we'll see the overall phases of how a OTT campaign is broken into different phases. So you approach it phase wise and you plan when you want your spike moments, right? For some shows, you might want to do it before the trailer. For some shows, you might want to do it before launch. It again depends on the nature of the show, how much budgets you have, where you want what
and whether it's season 1, season 2, what kind of a cast you have. So you decide whether, hey, you want to build a great teaser to the entire show, or you just wait for the show to drop and then is when you start your campaign and your activities.
So that's how you define your spike movements to reach the audience that we spoke about earlier. And here is also where you plan your media mix, right? Do you want to use influencers? Do you want to use multiple other parameters, which also we take you through ahead? So that's what happens at step 2. At step 3, you start execution and you get into identifying your partners, collaborators, how you want to reach that audience, etc. And step 4 is you listen again, you plan it and you execute it and you act, and then you keep repeating it till your campaign.
Yeah, a lot of stuff, in fact, for your campaign, right? From a creative point of view, and this is purely creative, a lot of things you will realize once the campaign is live. A lot of people are already talking about it. And once you start picking up those patterns, you'll understand that your next move or your next communication pillar needs to be that. So again, we're going to take you through some, only one example. We'll take you through what we've done for Family Man season 2. Yeah, these are some examples for how to identify your cohorts. Multiple cohorts can be there, and each cohort will have a different, how do we call it, instigator or an influencer. So what happens is if there is a cinephile, I know that I need to target that person using the creators and how it was made, that sort of a content. If you know that that person is on the fence, and so we will identify certain topics and certain moments from the show which will be shown to that person, which will help them move towards watching the show or watching the content that we've created.
Yeah, so like you see on the slide, for the Family Man and for OTT in general, not just the Family Man, you will see a lot of users wanting a lot of variety, wanting convenience. They also FOMO, they feel a lot of FOMO in general. So that's when the whole conversation of how do you get people to watch your show comes in. What are they doing online? So you just bifurcate your audience with these parameters, and it helps you identify and start being in their shoes, thinking like them, and then putting the plan together.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for a show, there's a great marketing mix, right? You have your offline activations, you have pop culture, you need to be a part of the pop culture, memes, creators, so on and so forth. PR and editorial collaborations, you want brand partnerships. We've seen some amazing brand partnerships happening
in the last year or so.
In the last couple of months. I think the Stranger Things also did something very, very interesting. Influencer and digital celebs are a part of the marketing mix. The beauty is, yes, we need to do a combination of these, or maybe all of these. Completely depends on what the budget is and how we want to take things forward. The beauty is, basis how you use each of these is really, really important, right? And it also marries back to what sort of a content are you trying to promote to what sort of an audience. So we'll see some things ahead.
Yeah, these are, like Mehul said, these are buckets that you definitely want to use. When to use them, how to use them, where to use them is very, very, very important, right? So maybe I want to build pop culture and through memes, etc., but doing it at my teaser phase will not make sense. Similarly, PR and editorial sometimes makes sense to do before the show launches rather than later. Even brand partnerships will make sense once the show has made some more noise. So it's very important to know where to place them. We'll see some of the examples ahead as well.
Keeping a time check, doing a time check. We have 4 minutes to complete the presentation with the case studies, and we'll open the floor to Q&As. Okay, Rajni, you want to take?
Yeah. So overall, just putting this is a phase framework that we usually work with on OTT platforms. So like every show, like every movie that we watch, there is usually a teaser or an announcement. Then it's followed by a trailer, a show launch, and sustenance. So quickly taking you through the teaser, what we want to do with the teaser is establish that the show is coming, say The Family Man in this case, is launching and getting people hyped for it. So in this case, we were launching Family Man season 2, right?
Oh, sorry.
In this case, we were launching Family Man season 2, and people already knew about the show. They had seen season 1, they had loved it. So we ensured that when we were doing a teaser campaign, we wanted to come back in like a really, really big way. Get all the fans from season 1 reignited, get them to talk about it all over again, etc. So we planned a longer teaser campaign as well, so that we would just revive all those fans all over again. We can quickly have a look at the case study that we did something. Mehul, you want to take over?
Yeah, I'm just playing the case study, and I think that should be self-explanatory. Do we have, can you hear the sound? Do let me know, guys. Can you all hear the sound?
Yes.
Okay, super. Nice.
हेलो जेके हाँ बोलो श्रीकांत कहाँ है फोन भी नहीं उठा रहा है ऑफिस में होगा नहीं आई आस्क्ड एवरीवन ही इज नोवेयर टू बी फाउंड पता नहीं कहाँ गया अरे टेंशन मत लो मैं भी कॉल लगाता हूँ उसको हाँ जरा एक इम्पोर्टेंट काम करो हाँ उठा 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 काट दिया श्रीकांत मेरा फोन भी नहीं उठा रहा आप लोग भी ट्राई करो 9223011111 और अगर उठाए तो बताओ मेरे को जरा श्रीकांत कहाँ है
Yeah, that was our first move where we asked our users to spot and search for Shrikant after season 1, just before we were planning to.
Yeah, so we played on the aspect of Shrikant was always lying to his wife and JK was covering up for him, which is what we showcase in the video. And then obviously JK is on a mission to find him, and we got our audience to go and find him, and they found him in a lot of places, which is where we introduced a lot of UGC aspect, memes, collaborations, etc. And we could have spotted, open this one. You'll see that Shrikant was everywhere doing yoga, just chilling, talking on the phone. Like he was literally everywhere.
With different creators, with different memers, he was just everywhere.
So with this campaign, we built up the hype of, that Shrikant was coming back, but where was he? If JK and Sushi can't find him, then where is he, sort of thing. So that's what you do in a teaser campaign. Let's go back to the deck.
Yeah. Now we are at the trailer bit where
Yeah, once you built up the teaser, you then get into the trailer aspect. Trailer is usually the most important asset for any OTT, for any movie launch, etc. Because it establishes the show.
The show premise, the plot, which will define whether when we see a trailer, it defines whether we are going to watch that movie or watch that content when it drops. So yeah, that is the most important aspect, and it is important to have a spike activity out here so that that maximum number of people, a part of your audience, watches, at least samples the entire trailer.
Yeah. So the idea is to get them to sample the trailer, because most of the audience converts at the trailer phase to watch a show. You get convinced if you want to watch a movie or a show when you watch the trailer, right? It looks good, it doesn't look good. That's your defining moment. So to make sure that one of the key things to do during the trailer is to make sure it reaches a wider audience. How do you make it reach a wider audience? Is again by using a good media mix, making sure it's everywhere that you want it to be, so that it reaches the right target audience that we're looking at.
So for the trailer launch, I think so for the show launch, we did our campaign. I mean, similar to trailer launch, show launch day is equally important. Do we have an example for the trailer launch?
No. So between the trailer and the show launch for Family Man, we let the trailer sink in, because we knew that there was already a fandom existing for the show.
Yeah.
So we didn't add another campaign layer in the trailer phase, because that's what we decided was the best thing at that point. But
from the trailer to the show launch, we kind of dropped a lot of sketch videos, which helped us build the characters all the more. And also the relatability amongst the audience and the characters is just sinking in. So we used a lot of influencers and creators, and along with them, we kind of created, say, around 3 or 4 or 5 odd sketches, which were dropped between trailer to show launch. For the show launch, I think so, we did a great partnership along with the Amazon team, which helped us garner a lot of views. And also we were able to acquire new audiences by doing this sort of a partnership. So I think I'll leave it to the case study. Can we play the case study?
Yeah, I think just before we start the case study, a little bit more context.
Okay.
The trailer revealed that Shrikant was in the middle of jobs. He was switching from his government job and had switched to a corporate job, sort of thing. And he was having problems in his corporate job as well. So we picked up on that aspect. We picked up on the aspect of, he's a middle class person trying to switch jobs. And it was also the time that the Great Resignation was starting in general, and people were looking for jobs. We were all working on Zoom, like right now.
Yeah.
And
it was middle of the pandemic.
It was just the middle of the pandemic, and it just felt right to sort of get into the job market zone, which is when we realized that a lot of our audience will also be on LinkedIn, especially the job hunters. So we tried to use that angle, that communication pillar, and build this campaign. We'll leave it up to you to watch the campaign.
I am Shrikant Tiwari. Confused. For the first time in advertising history, rising startups and global brands came together to have a little fun with the protagonist from Amazon Prime Video's Indian spy thriller series, The Family Man. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Fully in 3 BHK. Why do you want to work for us? मुझे ना free की चीजें बड़ी पसंद हैं. The interviewers, the big wheels of some of India's hottest corporate and unicorn startups. The Last season of Amazon Prime Video's Family Man pushed Shrikant, a common man who doubles up as a spy, to quit his job and spend some quality time with his family. Out to netizens on social media to help Shrikant find a new corporate job, just as Amazon Prime Video geared up to release its second season of The Family Man. People and brands from all walks of life offered suggestions and recommendations for open positions and job opportunities for Shrikant, and lined up the best interviews for The Family Man. People waited with bated breath to see how the interview would play out.
काम मेरे लिए पूजा है, worship. अबे बंद करो ना यार, इंटरव्यू चल रहा है मेरा. जैसे अपना वीडियो बंद करो. ये फोन भी नहीं मिलेगा, नहीं ये कंप्यूटर भी मिलेगा, ब्लॉग नहीं मिला तो.
With just 4 Zoom call recordings, we created a campaign that got millions of people talking.
Family Man season 2.
It is the best ever.
का मिशन है अपने बॉस की कंपनी को आसमान की ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाना.
I think in the interest of time, we will move to
What
the
started
next
as a
part.
simple-
I think so. The next phase is also equally important, which is once the show is launched, right? You need to sustain the momentum, and you also need to fuel the fandom. If there's fandom, you need to fuel it, and you need to make sure that you're reaching out to more and more audiences. Again, like I said, the fence sitters or the guys who have heard of Family Man, but they haven't watched it because it's not on their priority to urgency level है नहीं. And the दूसरा category जिसने सुना ही नहीं है. So how do you make sure in the sustenance phase you have a lot of information already, what people are talking about the show, what are people talking about the characters, basis that what are the instances that you're going to pick up and how are you going to kind of share it with the audiences out there. Rajni, do you want to give some context to this?
Yeah. So overall, in the sustenance phase, what we also do is just understand what people are liking, right? As soon as the show launches, people will be talking about they like this aspect or that aspect, etc., etc. What we do is we understand that through listening, and then we use that to action our next steps. And which is where our Being the Family Man case study comes in.
So again, being a part of pop culture, making sure everyone's a part of the journey, making sure that all fans are out there creating content about the show, about the characters. So
Yeah.
here it is. That's it, right? Oh, sorry. And that's about it, guys. I mean,
So that's what we did. So basically, through sustenance and launch, what we try and do is establish the characters, use what is working for us really well, double down on that, and eventually also just have fun, because entertainment and OTT campaigns
Yeah.
are like, you have to have fun with them. They are not the serious campaigns. So go out there and
it completely
have fun.
depends on the shows and the
Yeah.
movies you're trying to promote. So yeah.
And if you have any questions, hit us up on the Socials handle, or Mehul and Rajni, you can find us on everywhere.
I hope.
Yeah, I think we can take the questions now.
Firstly, thank you. That was a wonderful presentation, and there are a couple of questions that has come in just as you were presenting. One is about the tie-up with finding where Shrikant is or calling him. Did you tie up with creators and influencers, or was that organic?
So it was a mix, especially with a show like Family Man, right? Definitely there were a couple of them we tied up with, but then it was just an organic push that people started because Shrikant became a moment, and I think everyone is riding that.
Yeah. All right. We have a Sijo Raju who says OTT is no longer a niche but a mass market now. Digital rights for IPL were more expensive than TV. Do you think OTT is the future and TV might see an eventual decline?
Both of them has its due course, and I think OTT definitely has seen a huge rise, and especially during pandemic, everyone, the theaters were shut. There was a lot of content. Also, the OTT platforms altogether created a huge library of content for people to watch. I think that and also easy access to internet, right? That accessibility is now very, very easily available, and hence the growth of OTT is out there. Whether we'll see a decline in TV, it's a very hard question, and it's very difficult for anyone to answer. But what we can definitely see is we'll definitely see an increase in OTT in the years to come.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mehul and Rajni. It was wonderful to have both of you on World Social Media Day and share this snippet with us. I want to thank all our viewers also. You've been very interactive. If you have more questions for Rajni and Mehul, hit them up, or even you can ask, set those questions here and we will curate them and send it to both of them. Thank you once again for being here and sharing these insights with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Khyati. Thank you, Hitesh. Thank you, Social Samosa, for having us here. Take care, guys.
Thank you. Yes, this session has been very helpful in giving us a perspective on this ever evolving industry, which is OTT. Now, with this, I'm going to once again remind all of you, if you have key insights that you jotted down somewhere and you want to share out with the world, then don't forget to tweet using the hashtag SMLive, and you can also tag us at social_samosa. With this, I invite on screen our speakers for the next session. We have Arihant Jain, CEO at Wabaluba Dub Dub, and Nikhil Jain, co-founder at Stong Studios. They will be talking about meme marketing in 2023. So let's take a look what Arihant and Nikhil have to say to us. Very warm welcome.
Hi.
Hello, and happy Social Media Day to both of you.
Thanks a lot, Kathy. Thank you.
I'm going to quickly leave the screen and leave it over to you because meme marketing, everybody's been waiting to hear about this. This is the fun session, the fun part of our SMLive. So over to you guys.
So I'll just start with my introduction. I feel it feels like a showstopper. Like it feels nice to end a show like on a funny note. So I'll just introduce myself quickly. I'm Nikhil, and I'm also known as Nicotine on Instagram and like elsewhere. And I've recently started this company with 4 of my other partners called Stong Studios. And like we are going to talk about meme marketing. Like it should know that our company's name is derived from a meme itself, which is Stongs. So I feel like it's very relatable, and it's going to be like a fun and insightful session. Aryan, if you want to introduce yourself and start the session.
Hi everyone, I'm Aryan from Wabalaba Dub Dub. Like Nikhil, I think Hamari company is named after a very popular old catchphrase by Rick from Rick and Morty. We started this company 4 years ago when meme marketing was, I think when the buzzword started, we were the first ones to tell this buzzword in every brand's ears. Right? We used to knock every brand's door and tell them, hey, meme marketing is the new big thing, that you should be a part of it. Since then, I think the meme industry, the meme revolution has just started. Like every year, I say this to myself: "Ki, oh, this year is the year of the memes." But on an every year basis, it feels like, oh, this year is the year of the memes, because I think from the pandemic and the crypto revolution and everything, memes have just gotten itself better and better. Crypto made meme marketeer jobs very attractive. Like they used to offer $100,000, $200,000 to meme creators and get them on board. So that was crazy. Lately, if we see meme marketing and meme creators as a whole, as a uh, new role in your talent book, that has scaled up a lot. Earlier, there were limited meme creators in the country and they didn't have much recognition. But today, if we see, every meme creator has that recognition. They have their follower base. They are making money. They've gotten themselves established as someone who can make X number of people laugh, and that's where meme marketing also plays the role, right? The aim is to make people laugh. Uh, with meme marketing in 2023, where the industry goes uh, is what I believe, and what our data forecast is. I think hyper local is going to be next level, because earlier memes, a lot of brands do is create memes for some niche audience sometimes, and someone does it for masses. But then there is a whole lot of audience sitting in smaller tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4 cities who are also acquainted with memes. So creating memes in their language and in their specific pop culture is gonna take over. It's already started, but it's gonna keep growing. We are also seeing more tools that are helping you create multiple memes. There are creators in multiple languages and places. Earlier, if we see 2020 and 2019, we didn't have meme pages in cities and all. Like there were a limited set of meme pages in the country. Today, the meme pages count alone on Instagram is over 25,000. And that is all above minimum followers of 10,000 followers. 25,000 handles. They have There's a meme page in every city that you're from. If you're from Nagpur, you're from Belgaum, you're from Hubli, you're from Allahabad, I don't know. Every city also has multiple meme pages. So that's where I think brands are going to start targeting next. Plus tying up with the creators of those cities, of those of the people who understand what local people like, right? Also, the next wave in 2023, what we are seeing is it's going to be meme first. Earlier, when TV commercials were made, they were made in the likelihood of getting shares and getting, of course, shares is still a big thing, but the TG was TV first, right? And then it became YouTube first. Then it became Instagram first. Now it's become meme first. Their first aim of creating that ad commercial or the film is to get memes done on it. If we've seen the recent Perk ad of Alia Bhatt, it actually starred a meme creator, a person who became a meme, the parachute guy. So that level of craziness is happening. And I think a lot of brands have started earlier. Brands used to be very scared of getting into meme marketing. It was always treated as the underground thing, right? Everyone thought of memes as underground. It was the last layer of a campaign. Even if you see a lot of brands still today, they treat it as a last layer of the campaign. But as and when time comes, they've started taking it up a notch. Today's date, the campaign starts with memes, and then they plan a TVC, a film around it, and then a rollout around it, etc., etc. Next big thing in 2023 for brands on how to leverage memes is when you're running ads. So that's going to be the craziest thing to get the maximum ROI. As Facebook ads the costs have increased, Instagram ads have increased, Twitter ads have increased. Creating memes specific to regions and pushing them there is where you will get maximum number of clicks and getting people to actually believe in your brand. Because you cannot just in English and Hindi just एक national level meme आप पूरे India को नहीं भेज सकते. You will have to create memes for smaller audiences as well. With this, I think more and more create one crazy thing that is happening in the last 6 months is memers and brands are having official collabs as well. I don't know how many of you all have seen. I think Nikhil's teammate, co-founder Masi, who runs this very popular page Just Here to Ruin Your Day, is doing constant collabs with the brand Prime Video, and that is crazy. A memer and a brand page actually collaborating using the Instagram tool and creating content. That is something we are going to see a hell lot of it in the next 2-3 years, because there's a saturation point, right? एक agency में बैठ के 3 लोग एक brand के लिए कितना content बना सकते? There is a limit. You cannot create 100 pieces every month. It's almost impossible, because the culture changes on a daily basis, right? Culture is changing. पहले कैसा था? पहले एक meme used to survive 1 month. Today it survives 3 to 4 days. Some max a week or 10. That's it. It has to be very powerful and it has to be global to survive 15-20 days. So we meme creators being the creators for brand handles, and that too not in an agency setting, where but more where they are in a freelancing setting, where they have an option ki today I have an idea for, say, Maggie. I have the freedom to pitch it to Maggie, and if Maggie likes it, he will pay me the X number of amount and take that meme. This is going to be the way I think meme creators and the meme revolution is going to happen in India. Because in India, we are usually stuck to 4 major platforms, right? We are on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. And then we have Discord, Reddit, where there are a chunk of users. But maximum are these 4 channels. So ये 4 channels में Indians dominant भी क्यों है? Because of our cheap internet and our, as the earlier session was saying, कि OTT is pretty mass scale now. Like everyone has access to your MX player, your Prime, and Netflix and Hotstar, etc., etc. So the culture adaptation has been too high these days. So people are understanding कि oh, Stranger Things पे ऐसे meme बना सकते हैं हम. Peaky Blinder meme, which is one of the, I think it's not officially made a meme campaign or anything, but Peaky Blinder ke memes you will till date, even if season 6 is running, you will see memes from season 1, 2, 3 going berserk on YouTube. One more crazy thing that we are expecting, like we have forecasted this for the year 2023, is meme licensing. If you're a meme creator, if आप अगर meme बन भी चुके हो, there's a very high chance that you can start licensing it to brands. It's done in Europe and America on a certain level by some very popular brands who have even gone IPO. So I think in India, once you become a meme, the creators of that meme will start licensing it, so that if a brand or even a smaller brand or an individual person will also want to use it, they'll have to pay a royalty to it. So that way, even memers, I think memers will want to create more memes, and the number of memers in the country will increase. But at the same time, there's one small thing that's happening is, I think वो brand का एक influx आ गया कि everyone wants to do meme marketing on everyday basis. So that is where the creativity part is going a little down overall in the industry. But I think with new tools and new creators and better pricing, memes will be scaling to the forecast is to $200 million to $500 million only in India by 2025. So that's the meme market. I think VCs are gonna next run behind meme market after crypto and all your fast delivery apps, and so abhi fast delivery of memes hoga. Over to you, Nikhil. I think abhi basis मैंने एक overall setup कर दिया. I think brand के side से who better than you, who have been making memes for brands and you understand how to hit the sweet spot and scale. So go ahead.
Right. Thanks a lot, Arvind. I think it was very insightful, all the pointers that you made. And I'm sure like there's a lot to learn as well. Like we don't know like what's coming, right? Exactly. It's all like we can just hope like it just keeps growing. So I'll just give like a small context of what Stonks also is. Stonks is basically like a collective of creators that you see on daily basis. Like you might follow them. Like we have like around 40 to 50 people now, like we're growing more. We already have around 50 people, you can say, like who are hardcore creators who I'm sure you follow and share their content. So this is what like brands want, like brands don't want to be just brands anymore. They want to be people. They want to touch lives, like they want to make content that is shareable, that is relatable. And memes, like this is like a very basic insight. Memes is something that everyone likes, everyone shares, of all age groups, right? There is always an age group for memes or different types of memes. So I think that is what brands really want. And in my experience, or like even my other co-founders who are like very experienced creators who have been on internet for like around 10 years, have been creating just like pure hardcore memes for personal handles. But later on we thought, like, why not turn your passion into your job that is giving you money? And I just want to tell you that there's like a lot of money that brand has to give when it comes to memes. And yeah, like we are also working with a few of the top brands in India, where like our basic goal is to create just fun content. And like our background being memes is what attracted these brands towards us. This is like, again, like a very flex worthy point that I like to always mention is like whatever brands that you are working with were the first ones to approach us, creators. So I think if you are a creator and you're listening to this, I feel like there is a lot for you to explore and learn in this creation business there is, where you can turn your passion into job and like earn and like just like get better jobs than corporates. I'm sorry if you're from corporate over here, but yes, if you're a marketer, I think you can invest a lot in memes and meme creators. I think these are the types of people who can give you organic reach that there is. To talk about how brands function when it comes to memes, I think it's very different how it's being functioned in India and how it's functioned outside India. I think in foreign countries, it's reached way above par, where they are doing a lot of meta content that is like Rick and Morty type content. But in India, like we are slowly and steadily reaching over there. And with the type of creators that are also getting boosts, like now also if you see on Instagram, there are a lot of creators just collaborating with your Hrithik Roshan, Salman Khan, Shah Rukh Khan, just on the basis of memes. I think that should just say how brands are eager, to like collaborate with meme artists, meme creators. So I think that's great. We can, Aryan, like we can take questions. I feel this would be interesting, where I want to hear like more from the audience that like what doubts they have regarding memes. But yeah. There is a question from Sagar. Sorry for asking this. You may choose not to answer, but if you don't mind, would you please throw some light on pricing clients for the kind of social media services you provide to your clients? I'm sorry,
Nikhil,
I can't. I can't tell you the pricing, but this is like a real business. Like I just want to tell you, this is not like a lot of brands or brand managers that I've also like got in touch with think that these are like kids, like who are just making fun memes. Like that is just, these are jokes that people like we are making. But I just want to tell you like that a little bit of business plus a little of your creation, I think mixed together is like a great solution to become like a good social media agency that is working for like top brands. And when you have like top creators backing you, I think there is like no one could stop you. But yes, again, to answer your question, I can't share the kind of pricing that we are.
To give you an understanding how pricing works in the meme industry, like I'll give you an overall ballpark. It can start from even 10,000 if you're servicing a small bakery near your house. It can go up to 1 crore if you're servicing top 500, top 200 clients of India. So the breakup is huge ki aap, matlab, I think anyone residing in any city can start making money from memes. You can go approach your vendors, bakers, or sari stores. I think every shop will need memes in the future. So money ranges, matlab, it depends. Sometimes a brand might also come and say, hey, I have just 1 lakh and I need 10 good memes. Sometimes in that lakh, they can get even 100 memes. So you never know.
Yeah. I feel this is like also something that I've noticed. Arihant invests a lot in memers and like meme creators. Like a lot of people that we also have on Stonks on board are like like have joined from WLTD, like some or the other way, that they have worked in past for like whatever amount of time. Like it's great, like how you have this eye for meme creators. I think that's great. We can take questions from, if you want to take.
Yes.
Krishna is asking, I have a meme page, but I don't know how to approach brands. Do you want to take it up?
Yeah, I think a better way to do it is approach an agency like Bubble Up Dub Dub, who works with over 100 brands and over 25 agencies, because it becomes easier for you to get into their lists, and it becomes easier for you all to get that initial approach. You get 4-5 campaigns, and once you do those campaigns, you can start reaching out to more brands. Hey, I did this crazy memes on these meme brands, and why don't you collaborate with me? I think that's the best way to go about it with our agency or XYZ. But as Nikhil told, a lot of creators have come from Bubble Up. That's true. We have hired 1,000 plus interns. Anyone who is interested in meme marketing without even doing a lot of digging, we give them a paid internship. And even if anyone has a meme page, we help them grow and give them tips, tricks, etc., and also help them monetize it. So you can reach out to any one of us. Yeah.
Beautiful.
The line. You want to take the next one? The line between funny and insensitive can be very thin. Any tips on how brands ensure they do not cross it?
I think the line is pretty broad. Like if you think there is this thin line, I think if you're like even a tiny bit unsure, like you know how easy it is for a brand to get called out on Twitter, right? Like every single day you'll see some brand getting trended for like very wrong reasons. Ban Zomato, ban etc. But I think that line is very understandable if you have been in the market and like understand how internet and like how content works. So yeah, I think like you will have to like have a keen eye on what kind of content you put on brands, because it's just very easy for people to get, brands down. So yeah, I think it's something that comes with experience and time, but yeah.
Memes
How
can
to
be
convince? There is one question from Sudarshan. How to convince brands their meme ideas would not work? Because sometimes there is misunderstanding about overall meme concepts. I think I can take this up. I think it's more than it's the brand managers that you are working with. So I think like what my funda is just to be very honest with the client that this is something which is like not working. So it's as an individual, as like not as a company, like you're not talking to the client as a company, and like if you're just talking as an individual, you can just tell them like honestly, this is not working really well. Like this idea wouldn't work really well on the internet, and this is not even meme to start with. Then I feel like every problem that you face, if you give a solution to them, like if you think this is not the meme idea that should go on the page, then you can give a solution to that. You can maybe try this, and this would work better than the idea that you have shared. I think that would solve a lot of your problems.
There's a question from two similar questions. How do you calculate the ROI of meme marketing campaigns? So I'll just take that one up.
Yeah.
Meme marketing campaigns can get very tricky because everyone needs a different ROI, right? Sometimes the whole purpose is just get engagement, likes, and comments, etc. But to actually understand what conversions are happening, what type of products are going to get sold, or what type of viewers are going to watch this X show, or what type of X user are going to download this app, it can vary from campaign to campaign. Some of the best ways to understand ROI is comment tracking, because once you put out, say, a meme on set wet, and if people are like, which is this ad, and someone is replying set wet, and if out of 200 comments, even if 50 comments are about that, then we know there are X number of people. There's a 25% people who interacted in the comments, interested in knowing which brand this ad was from. When it comes to app downloads and app cracking, I think a lot of a company like Oyo, who does meme marketing, we've seen their campaign. They put out promo codes. So tracking those promo codes ki kitne ek meme page pe ye promo code se kitne logon ne hotel book kiya. So that is a way they track their meme performances. Then of course there are unique links. There are some landing pages. Sometimes you create a meme just to get into some landing page. Sometimes you create a meme in a hope to get more memes created on you. So ROI can go from one place to another. Matlab, there are multiple ways to get ROI. Best are link tracking, comment understanding, DM responses. So that is something which people, it's underrated. DM responses and shares. If a meme is being shared by say 10,000 people, there's a very good chance that at least 1,000 of them are interested and know about the product, and they might take some kind of action in the future for the product or the app. So that's how ROI tracking is happening these days.
There's one very interesting question from Vaishnavi. What would you suggest for a brand to do memes using brand logo, or should do without any brand logo? What is your take on Shark Tank memes which went viral? I think like people are very smart these days, and they understand that what is branded and what is not, and where to put their hearts on, right? There are a lot of meme templates or pieces that you can say that may not go viral because it is related to a brand, right? And there are some meme templates that are just there, like it's very universal and like it's driven just by people in general and are like viral. So I think like more than brand logo like this is something that I've learned is you can own the piece of content by using certain font or certain imagery or certain style of imagery. Like one thing I really like about how Netflix does is they have their exact and particular sense of how they want to put their subtitle, how particular they are as to how they want their imagery, the CC over the images. So these are some things that you can do to avoid brand logo to start with. If brand is just very keen on putting logo over it, then there is like no one can stop it other than to just make it smaller. But yeah. And about there is one question about Shark Tank. Do you want to take it?
No, I actually had an additional insight on the logo thing. Sometimes if the brand is very new and no one knows about them, a logo integrated in a meme makes a lot of sense, because that time, at least with that meme, the logo is getting some visibility and people are knowing ki ye brand iski meme karwa raha hai. Even that helps people understand ki, okay, this is some new brand who is trying to do meme marketing. So if you're a new brand and you're going, आपका launch campaign है, that time you can definitely use logos. But in the long term, if you're a well-known brand and आप content को viral करना चाहते हो, and there is a way of linking back that content to your brand, then logos don't work.
Yeah. Great answer, I think. Can meme marketing generate direct sales? Good question.
They do. Meme marketing can sales, and in Europe, US, in India also, on a particular level, is happening crazily. I would take a bad example for this, but a lot of betting apps, they got from 100 to 10,000 to 50,000 users just through meme marketing, right? So that was crazy. A Mother's Day campaign for a beauty brand, they got over their cost acquisition of a client was 50% lower than their ad spends. So if the meme campaign is planned in the right way, I think direct sales are cake.
Yeah. Dharmil asks, Alia Bhatt pregnancy meme should have been dealt positively by some brands. Sometimes it's okay to leave a meme trend, right? I think, yeah. It's not even like, it's just like very sad that someone's like such a precious moment is called a meme trend to start with. Like it's not, but like some brands could have taken a positive outlook to it, like just basically congratulating them. It's a news that everyone is talking about, and like brands naturally just want to be a part of it, right? So yeah, like some brands can be just like congratulatory or like happy in their tone. Otherwise, like rather than going the fun route or the funny route, where they were just like photoshopping the baby's image with something else. I think they should just leave it to the creators sometimes. And yeah, like some meme trends are just for creators and not for brands. I think this is something what I like strongly feel for most of the trends.
Totally agree on this.
What are some of the major challenges when collaborating with high-end brands? Who wants to ask? Do you want to take it?
When you're working with high-end brands, I think a lot of them have a question of ki TG set hai ki nahi, because they think ki luxury people or high-end people who are going to spend a lot are not consuming memes, but that's wrong, right? Even a person who has X number of crores in their bank account is scrolling through Instagram at least for 30 to 45 minutes a day. That's minimum. Plus, they're also following creators. They're also following almost 30, 40 meme pages. When celebrities and cricketers can follow meme pages, everyone can follow meme pages. But the problem here comes is, I think, if you look at niche brands, if they have a example, Omega watch, right? The way to do that meme marketing is going to be very different. You cannot just induce it in a random meme template and play with Omega. But a wordplay key, I think textual memes in this case will work much more than actually using Omega watch with the Ferreira Ferry reference. But yeah, there can be if a 6-month timeline पे अगर हम meme marketing करते हैं for niche brands, it can work a lot. People can have that craving कि यार मतलब 6 महीने से Omega के around content देख रहा हूँ. I really need this watch. So, and if they are at a Omega store or if they even spot an Omega watch, they might go and buy it off. So,
yeah,
that.
Khushi, there's a question from Khushi. Usually brands have questions about copyright issue while using meme templates. Can you shed light on that, please? I feel one way to like this, something what we have cracked internally and like I feel can be shared, is that if brands can't do it, you just collaborate with a creator who can use meme templates, right? And like on their page. This is something that we also learned while we were campaigning one of the campaigns with Just Here to Ruin Your Day and some other brand. Basically, brands are very, what do you call, are like very unsure about using these meme templates. Again, like it's because of copyright issues, and like these are very strong copyright issues that can come from people or other brands just come to use kiya. But I feel like using that via a creator who can openly use it. So I think like collaborating with a creator is something that brands can do to avoid copyright issues. Can you give an example of successful meme marketing for a niche brand? Oh, I think we lost Arihant. Okay, I'll take the next question. How can serious brands on legacy brands get into meme marketing? It's very simple. I think like you just have to start, to be very honest. They just have to start. It's just that to collaborate with creators, like having creators on board, and just starting slowly, steadily. Again, like you can't just like on day 0, you are just talking about your brand in a very formal way. On the next day, you're just talking about memes and shit posting. That wouldn't work. But slowly and steadily, I think that is something that brands can take up. I think it's 7. Khyati, what do we do? Do we?
Maybe you can take another one question and we can.
Right. This question, I think Aryan would be really nice. The one that Krishna has asked. I'll answer Vaishnavi's question. What made Zomato the favorite meme page on Instagram? I think about Zomato, that brand is not a brand anymore. Like it's a meme page that also delivers food. I think this is what I like. This is how I see Zomato. Like while Akshar was also handling in his days previously, like started from, I don't know, like 40 or 2015 or something. There has always been a constant voice. There has been always a constant tone of voice that has led Zomato to reach where they are today. And today also, like, see, like the thing about Zomato is they really follow the trends to the core, right? Like right now also, you know that Reels is something that really works, and Instagram is a real app or like a video app more than images. And this is what Zomato is doing. If you see their page, there are 10 Reels and there are just like 2-3 static posts that they are doing. So I think they are really great at following these like minute things with time, has what made Zomato where it is right now. And again, like to end this answer, like it's the same thing. It's not a delivery app, or it's not that. It's not a product. It's a meme page that is also a product. So I feel that's how they have marketed themselves, and that's great, I think.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Nikhil and Arihant. This has been fun, and I'm sure our viewers have taken some great insights from this. Thank you for being here and sharing your time. Thank you so much.
Bye.
So if you have taken some key takeaways from the meme marketing session, then don't forget to share the love ahead out in the world and share it on Twitter using our hashtag SMLive, or you can also tag us at social_Samosa. Moving quickly towards our next session, I'm sure all of you have been waiting for, which is the state of social for brands in 2023. Let's welcome on screen Vishal Gaba, Associate Director, Marketing, Bira 91. Aruna Jathar, Chief Marketing Officer, Tender Cuts. Resha Jain, Vice President, Content Marketing, Sugar Cosmetics. And Aditi Mathur Kumar, Associate Vice President, Content Strategy and Partnerships at Interactive Avenues, who will also be moderating the session. A very warm welcome to all of you.
Hi, Khyati. Thank you. Really happy to be here. Very excited about this session.
Hello. Hi. Thanks for having me.
So hello everyone, welcome, and Aditi, I'll leave the screen over to you for the session.
Hi, thanks. Thanks, Kathy. Hi, everyone. Hi, Resha, Aruna, and Vishal. Happy to meet you. Happy to moderate this session, which I'm actually very excited about. Let me start by asking, we have a lot of audience here. Let me start by asking, what are some of the brands in social media that our audiences love here? Just go on, type in the chat box here. I can see it's working. Tell us which brand on social media you like. It'll be very fun to see when we close the session. And it can be, you might love how the way they handle topicals, or it can be how their social media inspires you to maybe buy something or do something. Or it can just be a stunning feed. You know what? Nothing matters. Just if you like a brand, let us know. All right, introductions. Hi, everyone. I'm Aditi. I take care of the content strategy and partnerships at Interactive Avenues, a Reprise network company. And I will start with a personal story. I have worked in the digital advertising agency for more than a decade and a half. And in social media specifically for almost half of that time. And my mom still does not understand the nature of my job. She's told everyone that her daughter works in Google. Why? Well, because Google is the internet, according to her. And fair enough. I mean, I used to be amused by that. But something changed a couple of years back. How did it change? She came to me one day and she said, "Do you know who writes those amazing posts for Zomato?" I was amazed. She also told me I tried this home appliance from an influencer I liked, suggested. This is what she told me. And my favorite one was when she told me, I think last IPL season, when she said, "Can't you work with the Rajasthan Royals Twitter team because they're so funny?" And my answer to that was, "Mom, yes, actually we do work for the RR team. We, Interactive Avenues, in fact, are the Royal admins." What I'm trying to tell you through this small funny story is that this is the power social media gives the brands. This is the power that brands can wield on social media. All of us know that it can convert users into captive audiences and subsequently consumers. Brands are getting it right. There are so many brands I personally admire on social media. I remember the days when most brands used to just pick the youngest intern to handle their Facebook pages. Like I said, decade and a half, right? Gone are those days. But not today. It can't happen today. We are in the times where brands and agencies like mine, we are hiring social experts who are at the heart of the intersection of culture, consumer, category. And it is only getting more fun, more exciting for brands on social media. And I'm sure our panelists will agree that it's also pretty challenging. It's not easy for brands out there. This is what we're going to discuss today, the state of social media for brands in 2023. Social media is the fastest moving industry in the world. I read this somewhere because I am in the industry. I really believe it. It moves so fast. And I, for one, want to understand from all these, all of you all on the panel today, how do your brands manage to stay agile and how are you keeping up with it? And how, more importantly, all three of you all, your brands are doing amazing on social. So let's start the conversation. I will start by, asking the entire panel that a few brands like Netflix, Zomato, like I said, Rajasthan Royals, etc., are performing very well on social on the back of their witty and topical posts. At the same time, there are many other brands who, stick to the basic creative, format and are just doing it, and it seems to work for some brands. Why do you guys hear the brand teams? Why do you think there is such a great divide? I will open this to Vishal. Vishal, let's start with you.
Sure. So I think it's a very simple answer here. One is the question of relevance, and the second point is the criticality. So if a brand believes that the platform of social media, and that could be any platform, right? It could be Instagram, Facebook, etc., etc. If it is relevant for the consumers that they are reaching out to, and it really forms a critical aspect of creating a business impact, I think that's where any brand should look at. How relevant is social media in the marketing mix? If it is important, I'm sure you will end up spending more and more time, and you will have the right people. Like you mentioned, years back, it would be interns handling social media, but now you have bigger teams handling social media. And the reason for that in a lot of brands is that people do understand how critical it is to engage with consumers, as well as also understand how it could actually impact business. So I think that's one, that these are the 2 points. And the third would actually be agility. So there's, again, like you mentioned, it's one of the fastest moving industries. So the people that I have on board, are they clued on in terms of what are the new trends? Can those be leveraged? Not everything definitely needs to be leveraged, right? So what to pick and what to ignore is also very important. So I would actually look at it in these three areas: relevance, criticality in terms of business impact, and the agility.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And I especially love how Veera does their social. I mean, riveting. I'm a fan here. Like I said, put brands you love. I would have put Veera as one of mine. So
thank you so much.
Thanks. Aruna, let's hear from you. What do you think?
Yeah, so I'll add to what Vishal has already spoken about. See, all our consumers are on social media. So it's not something that we can ignore. And hence you have to be there. What is your objective and why you're there is something that one decides basis the brand stage and the kind of brand and the kind of audience. But irrespective, you cannot ignore, because whether it's urban or rural or semi-urban, everyone's on social media, everyone's consuming content. Second thing is data driven, right? So you are able to get quick results. You are able to analyze quicker what happens. If it's a pilot you're doing, if it's a campaign you're doing, it's easier to understand what's happening, get the pulse. I say, get the pulse faster. So these are two critical things that any marketer wants, and hence social media is important.
Absolutely agree. Resha and Aruna, I have to say that you guys handle your topicals really well. Really well. Like one would think that for in a category like that, I can say it's copy gold. From I would say kudos to your copy team. It's really nice. Resha, over to you.
So, well, actually, hi. I don't think you need a third answer. Vishal and Aruna have already answered this beautifully. And it's a plus one to that, I think the question that had come in, which I read, I think is about why are some brands not there? Look, I personally agree with both Vishal and Aruna that really it's not a time that you cannot be there. With social media, there are so many platforms to choose from. So your audience is bound to be living some of their lives digitally, and so you need to get in front of them at all points in time. It's a fight for visibility and top of mind recall to a large extent, and it's so I think a lot of people are there, but what I see is that when some very big brands or some brands don't, I think most people are there, but some people have not cracked it yet.
Yes.
That I do see as a very big differentiator between brands that are very digital first in their approach. And I think it may largely be because for some of them, the kind of spends they're doing on traditional media marketing, they still think that this will only be a small part of it. And for them to get impacted because they are not here, that will come a little later. So I think that these are the only two reasons why somebody would not be there. I mean, because ideally, if your audience is there, every marketer is trying to find even more and more places. I mean, wherever you can find people that you can talk to.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it brings to mind another question, which we at our agency also, try to deal with a lot, because you brought the financial part as two reasons as well. Let's talk about madmen versus the mathmen. How can brands justify the budgets and time invested in social media marketing to the business side of things? Like how much to spend on social media content is a pertinent question for brands these days, between social media marketing, performance, and SEO. I would like to again, Resha, because you brought it up, let's start with you. How would you, what is your take, or would you have any tips for brands on how should they optimize this budget? Because, at least from an agency side, I can tell you that, like I just said, that justifying the budgets and time invested in social media marketing in terms of ROI, or in terms of what are we getting, is our views enough? Is the algorithm going to, work in against my favor? It's just advertising. So all these buzzwords we keep hearing. What is your take? We'll take it to the larger panel as well. Resha, let's start with you.
Aditi, for me, it's been very simple, honestly. I wasn't taught marketing as a method. I was a lawyer to begin with, and I pretty much found my way here. So what I have realized in life is that it is so dependent. A Mintra does it very differently from Sugar, where I've and both these places were very different, because what is the audience trying to see? Where are they available at that point in time? Which platforms are very relevant to carry your story? There is a lot that goes on. I don't think one is a replacement for the other. You can't ignore SEO to do social media. You can't ignore influencer marketing to do something else. You have to pretty much carve out, and I think it should really be based on where do you start seeing results from. I personally don't think you can really say कि 20% तो social media पे spend करना चाहिए, 80% TV पे spend करना चाहिए, और चीजें यहाँ पर इतना करना चाहिए. I definitely think some things have a lot of value. Also depends as an organization, what is it that you really want to do? I don't think everybody needs a huge audience on Instagram. I don't think everybody requires everything that somebody else is doing. So Zomato and Swiggy that everybody thinks of immediately do brilliantly well on Twitter. They're doing very well on even Instagram, but it's still not the biggest accounts on Instagram if you just go and check it out. Because I think they find their relevant audience on Twitter. Very difficult for a brand like me, like a Sugar. Twitter is not my primary channel. Having said that, I'm trying to build something different for Twitter. I personally believe we first carve out what we want to achieve on different channels. through different media mixes, and then we allocate budget accordingly. And some channels are cheaper than others also. So there is a lot that goes on, behind the scenes. It can't be a formula. I would really suggest that please experiment, and track your data very well to understand what is giving you a really good return.
Yeah, I think experimenting and knowing what works for your brand is the best way to learn. Like and I think that is why Sugar has it right. Your use of influencers is chef's kiss. It's really good. So Aruna, we'll come to you. Do you have anything here in terms of how do you balance, because that yours is a completely different category altogether?
Correct. So to me, if you were to ask in terms of tips, first thing is that this debate has on marketing budgets is never ending, right? It was there in the days of ATL, BTL, and whether I should spend on ATL or should I spend on BTL or should I spend at all, and so as a CMO, my responsibility is to really decide what percentage of the revenue along with finance is going to be the marketing budget. That's the first thing. And once you have that clear, and it will be different from a established setup brand versus a brand that is or a startup. It'll be very different for both. The percentage to revenue. That's first. Second thing that I would say is then there is no overbraiding, right? Because all channels are important. And for tender cuts, especially because it's a mass product, all channels are important because my audience, and for mass, ATL becomes important, right? But how do you interplay it with your consistent, presence on social is as important, because everyone's going to review you there, everyone's going to read about you there. So you have to have a consistent interplay there of social media. Now, if you're in an acquisition stage, and acquisition is really important, then obviously you're going to say that, in the first 2 years, performance is going to be my driver, and X percentage hence will go on performance. But that does not mean that my content takes a backseat, but it has a stable state content going on with, of course, basis your seasonality, you will peak it up, right? So this whole fretting is I think we shouldn't fret about it. If all channels are important depending on your brand, and you have to interplay. And like you yourself said, Aditi, the piloting also becomes important, right? So you do pilot and you live and learn it, and it's faster in social media, so that's great. And then I would, as the brand's curve changes, I would change the mix of budget spends. That's how one should do. But very important is that you have to have a percentage kept for innovation and experimentation. If we don't do that, then we will never get newer audiences, and we'll never learn on what can work. So that's how I would put it.
Yeah, I love it. We here we do a 70, 20, 10. Where we say 10 absolutely is always for innovation. And let's track it every quarter. How much did we think? It might go live, it might not go live. There are 100 reasons for something to actually take off. But at least we tried, and at least what we're giving innovation that 10%. And I think I agree. Yeah. Thanks, Aruna. Vishal, we'll move to you. You have
Sure. So yeah, I think I kind of agree with what was said earlier. I think innovation is the most important bit. When you start experimentation, it gives you answers to what will work for you today. But if you stop that, then I think you stagnate, right? So the experimentation bit needs to continue. And as you move forward, you continue to change and evaluate the mix. And it will have to continue to change, because as a brand, if things are working in your favor, you're evolving, there is a higher business imperative at stake. So what we also do is, while we've evaluated the mix, etc., we stay very closely connected with the brand and business matrix, so that we're able to also have a second layer to measure whether what we are doing on social media is either resulting in a better business for us, or is also or maybe resulting in a better brand building exercise. So I think both ways it just helps. That's how we would look at it. But again, I think the core
one point answer to all of this is continue to experiment, what we, I think, started the response with.
Yeah, absolutely. I've written that down for our closing because I personally also believe that a brand needs to experiment. And when I say brand, I know we're talking about brands here, but today is the day of personal brands as well, right? We're all brands talking about different brands, and we're brands in ourselves. Experiment, experiment, experiment is the mantra for every brand or brand building. So I think, yeah, you guys have got it right, and I also agree. So great. I will now move this to a very small question. Will not take a lot of time on this, but I'm personally interested in this, which is short form videos. We know TikTok is no longer in India, but there are other native platforms that are, and a lot of other platforms and newer companies, if I may, who are utilizing the short form videos, and it's just dominating the space of social media. And how, I mean, the consumption, even if I don't have to tell numbers to all of you guys know the numbers are huge, and we get views in millions, not just in millions and billions, right? Platforms too are democratizing views to drive the short form video format. But what do you do if this format isn't for your brand? Where do formats like reels or smaller bite-sized content stand for you? I will start with Aruna, with you, because I think makes a lot of sense. While I can think that all of you all if this makes sense for all of you all in some way, but Aruna, that'll be really interesting to hear from Tendercut's point of view. How do you look at short format videos?
Yeah, so I think short format is really what you are actually providing what the consumer is wanting to see, right? It started off the other way. It was an experimentation, and people lapped up, and now it's there to stay, right? For Tendercuts, it's definitely very important for two reasons. One is, while you may, so it's, we are providing fresh meat and seafood to consumers in their house every day. Now, the final taste is in what gets cooked, right? And if you notice, recipes a lot have really become short format. It's like almost in 2 minutes, people want to see and just get an idea of, okay, how do I make this recipe? So that's where the reels come into play, and shorter videos and content comes into play a lot. In fact, right now we are experimenting with a popular chef and on some recipes, quick, and we really looked at quick and easy recipes just because that's what the consumer wants, right? And so I think we have to really realize that there is too much distraction for the consumer, and he's only going to spend so much time on your brand because he's consuming a lot of content, and sometimes he's consuming it parallelly. So if you want to be out there and relevant to him, you have to provide what he really wants to see. So we found a lot of take on recipes from our products, get a lot of views, and that's why we use that. We find a lot of it from influencers as well, and that's why we use it quite a lot.
That is cool. I love the quick recipe formats, and like I said, they seem to so now I'll change the question a little bit, and we'll come to you, Resha. Of course, they work great for your category. I mean, I might be, I really like your lip products a lot, and we see a lot of good, good content, short video format from the beauty industry, makeup industry. If you were, so we'll hear from you on how you look at it and how you utilize it, because you're doing it well. Also, if you may tell us, what if a brand doesn't fit into this? What will be your tips for that?
Very simple. If you don't fit into it, then every form of content is going to perform. Aditi, this is a very big world, and the need set is very different. Sometimes you want your hand to be held. Sometimes you want to be engaged. People who watch car videos, they really love it when every single part of the car is taken off, and I mean, so I think need set is very different. In case that is where you belong, then you have to keep fighting that and you have to keep creating content. Content always performs. But what Aruna was saying was absolutely right. It is the flow of water. Sometimes there is a mass surge towards this is a habit change we are seeing. When she's right, like when reels and shorts came as an experiment, I mean, people didn't know. And then after that, they performed and outperformed every other form. So much so that on YouTube, shorts are something that are consumed far more than the traditional long format videos. And that's the same case with us. So this is a change in consumers' behavior pattern. It's almost like you are swimming downstream along with the flow when when you're living with it. But if your industry is not that, you just work a little harder and swim harder, you'll still get there. I mean but of course, I mean, trends are utilized too, so that you can really scale faster your content, your message, those things. I think they'll have it slightly tougher in terms of, it's not rare way, but it's not tougher in a relative sense. It's just as is. They should continue doing long format. They should continue catering to their audience's taste, because you're saying if it's not for them, and assuming it's not for their consumer, so then they are sorted anyway. Create the long formats, explore those things, do other kinds of marketing. All of that also works. But short format today, if it caters to your brand, then please go all out.
Absolutely. We did a campaign recently. It got us views in billions, and it is absolutely
We
amazing
did a
the kind of
campaign on
UGC
Nord
you
last year,
get.
7.7 billion. It went viral on that platform. We work with Josh, MX, we work on shorts and reels like multiple times a day sometimes. So I think all short form video platforms right now are thriving, and all short form content is thriving. Just like Aruna said, everyone wants a quick thing which they can save and come back later to if they want.
Yeah.
But it has to be entertaining alongside educating or delighting or anything else.
Yeah, I think that goes for most majority of social media content. It needs to entertain. I'm like, half of the users, if there's somebody's there to get educated, they will find that education, they will look for it. We are in a generation where we'll Google it or whatever. But social media entertainment, I think, should be a strong pillar. But again, it depends on category, it depends on products. Different product, different category. Vishal, do you have any viewpoint different from Resha and Aruna?
Yeah, I think just a very small, the question here is that why are we present on any platform? It is because our audience is there. So I think if they are there and they consume a message in a particular manner, I'll have to tailor it, right? So I strongly believe that while I decide what message I have to give to my audience, the way I will have to give is determined by their habits, right? So today, if shorter content is working out better, I will have to try and tailor it to that. There will be still some subjects which you might not be able to, curtail into 20 seconds, 30 seconds. I'll give you one example. We recently came out with, we announced how we are trying to be the first net zero beer company in India, right? So it was a complete explainer video of what all we are doing to achieve that. And there were shorter cuts for that. So it is then spread out according to the platform. So the message is determined by me. The format has to be determined by what the audience will consume. So that's my only take on this. And that's why you also see a lot of long form content resting on YouTube, while there are shorter cuts on IG and YouTube Shorts, etc., etc.
Yeah, that's like a be where your audience are and do what they're consuming is like a mic drop moment, Vishal.
Yeah.
It's really good. So, and you know what? It's very interesting for me to have you in this panel because, like I said earlier, I like the product. Beer as a product has a huge fandom on platforms, right? Internationally, nationally. It is something. It's a category that engages. And my question to you is: in the initial days when you were setting up, when you were starting on social media, how was social media helpful in creating awareness about the brand? I've always wanted to ask you this. Today, I've got the podium to kind of put that question through.
Yeah, I think the single most important factor here is that it started as a very small brand out of Delhi.
And when we went on social media, the intent was not to just, blast it out to everybody, but just to actually look at creating a community. And right from the beginning, in fact, and even today, while we've not like looked at follower acquisition, etc. per se, the intent has been how to build a community, continue to look at how we engage with our audience on a regular basis. So if there are comments, are we responding to them after weeks, or are we trying to, if the customer is asking a question, am I responding to him or her fairly quickly? And especially when they're trying to inquire about where my product is available. So I think the one answer to this is focus on community building, and that may happen through very, very creative content, looking at the right influencer partners, looking at the right formats, etc. So all of that sits for me under one roof, that is community building. How can I keep my consumers engaged and actually use them to recruit more and more newer consumers, which is how I think our fan base today has grown fairly organically. I think that's the biggest achievement I would take for the brand, that with all the organic effort, there has been a lot of community that has joined us on not only Instagram, but across, or Twitter and Facebook, etc., etc.
Yeah, I agree. You spoke about community building, which is increasingly, important for brands and for a captive audience to, be kind of get cheerleaders for your brands who you don't pay, right? It's all about loyalty. And you also spoke about how important it is to kind of focus on the what is the the KPI, and I completely missed, or I completely slipped on the word that you used, but that made me think about influence, so because when we say community, when today at least in my circle, when we're all advertisers, we're all from different agencies, some are brands, and when we say community building, the first thing that comes to mind is one, we'll have a spot where people can engage freely, and two, we will get creators or influencers to kind of push the conversation forward and make their audiences, the brand's audiences as well, because the trust factor that they bring in kind of matters a lot. So I will now take this to Resha, and I'll ask you, as Vice President Content Marketing of Sugar Cosmetics, Resha, the beauty and healthcare industry seems like a gold mine of content being, there's a gold mine of content being created every single day. Can you give us an understanding of where does content stand in the scheme of things at Sugar, and how do you, when I say content stand in the scheme of things, I've heard you've kind of answered it earlier as well. So maybe we can bring in the kind of influencer work you do as well. So how do you see influencers being a part of your larger content strategy? And then we'll take it to Arnav, because this is also a interesting category to be in for them. So Resha, if you can.
Aditi, firstly, I'll tell you how important influencer marketing is. Last year, we had some 30,000 plus influencer mentions last year. And this year it will go way beyond, but I'll tell you what, of course, I mean, we started just like Vishal was talking about Veera, and it reminds me, like, we are still a small, we are growing, but we're still in the initial stages. When I joined in, at least, our whole idea was that we don't have too much money to do it in, but we still want to do it the best we can, I mean, ambition is still the same and aspiration is still the same. We actually started building the micro and nano influencer model for in beauty, which we've now built to almost 10,000 plus influencers. We almost operate like an agency ourselves. So, I mean, this, why? Because of course it lends beautifully influence, to beauty industry. And we've been able to capitalize on that. Very trending industry, a very watchable content. So obviously, has to be watchable for a lot of people to get into it and create. A lot of people are getting more and more interested in experimenting with makeup, experimenting on screen, wanting to be influencers, and this is a great place that they can enter into, So I personally think for us, it's huge. Content as such is the one of the three pillars that we call it, content and community is a huge pillar for any brand right now, especially startup. It can give you an edge over others if you can do it well, and it can give you that edge at little money sometimes, like and which is very important to marketers everywhere, but especially like for people who are trying to grow brands with a very, very keen eye on the low, like, on the bottom line. So for us, content is important, influencer mentions is important, but numbers is not the only thing. It makes no sense to do influencer campaigns till the time you do not do them well. So which means quality is a very important thing. What is your message? What is the storytelling format? Is it going to engage people? Are they going to remember what you're saying? Is it so we have to really work hard because we want that to happen as well. So I've seen, like, I'll give you an example. We worked with Shanaz Gill last year, and I remember that our story would started with "What a boring Monday." And because she spoke like herself, where I've seen a lot of brands or for work for many people, where she's, obviously reading a script in English or something, and I think a lot of it is based on why are people following that influencer and why do they connect with her and or any other influencer. So I think quality and quantity are both important with influencer marketing. And although we are trying to scale both, I would never compromise the latter for the first. So very important though in our scale.
Well said. Yeah, very, very well said. Aruna, I'll take the same question to you. Like, as an online meat brand, has social media been helpful in driving footfalls to your D2C avenues? And I'd also be keen to know, to understand about your approach towards influencer marketing, because it's going to be very different from what, say, a sugar does, right?
Absolutely, yeah. So first is, has social media been important to us? Yes, very much, and is there we use it mainly for awareness and consideration. And of course, it's blended with performance and SEO, etc. Our marketing calendar is based on our products that we offer, plus the seasonality in this category, plus the lean season in this category, which is pretty much there, right? A lean meat eating period and high meat eating period, etc. So social media has helped us a lot in that. And influencer marketing, yes. To add to what Resha said, so the influencers you choose will obviously depend on what the brand wants to achieve, right? And hence there has to be a good blend in terms of the personality of the brand and the influencer. And yes, a mix, while we don't use as many influencers as Resha mentioned about sugar cosmetics, but we do use influencers mainly to talk about, those who protein is a big factor here, right? Health and hygiene, freshness, which is what the brand stands for, right? So we have to choose influencers accordingly. We recently did one with Dinesh Karthik for Father's Day, and it was all about freshness and cooking a healthy meal along with his dad. So the personality has to match, and the kind of audience that follows the influencer has to match, right? Because you're wanting to reach out that audience, and it's a much faster way to reach out to these audiences than just building communities. Because they already have their community, they already have their followers. So it works well. Yes, again, ROI, while it's important, you have to understand what stage the brand is in and what are you trying to achieve with that influencer strategy that you're adopting, and accordingly play it. Because otherwise you'll get too caught up in how many likes and comments I got. It has to be a sustained strategy. You're not going to get results overnight unless you're running a offer or a campaign for activation. You have to have a sustained strategy there as well. And that's what I think works for tender cuts a lot. And like I said, we are also associating with Wow Chef right now on various recipes through the next 3 to 6 months. And that is about, how quick cooking you can do with a lot of love and fresh food. So it has to blend into that personality of the brand when you choose. While popularity is important, it has to be popular. That audience is important for you. That's what you have to keep in mind. And only keeping popularity in mind will not serve the purpose. The kind of audience with the popularity will play a bigger role in helping you establish your brand amongst the audience that you are going after.
Absolutely. I agree with you, and it's so good to hear a brand talk about you guys are all brand side and the agency side. It's so good to kind of hear that kind of with that kind of clarity, and I really appreciate it. I want to ask you Vishal, do you use influencers? And I'm asking you why, because a lot of people, at least on my Twitter feed, will grab a drink and will tag you guys anywhere. So when that happens, that you're anyway getting tagged and people are talking about the packaging or the taste or the variant, how do you then plan your influencer around it?
So I think, it's quite interesting and very different for us. We've done influencer campaigns earlier. I mean, we've not very heavily worked with the classic definition of influencers, but our focus has mostly been on leveraging the UGC that we get and actually trying to engage with consumers who are regularly interacting with us across platforms. So I think we have two parts to the whole piece. One is trying to engage with consumers who are consistently trying to interact with us across platforms. And for influencers specifically, whenever we've engaged, what we've tried to do is there is a brand side, and what we've done is build a occasion for each variant for us. Like a Bira 91 White has a very different occasion and a persona linked to it. So there is a persona that we have for each of the variant, and we try and identify an influencer who would match that, and then accordingly try and establish a campaign around this.
That's an interesting, that's a sweet spot to be in, which also makes me want to ask, for you, what is the sweet spot for communication on social media for your brand, Vishal?
I think it's the right balance between what you want to say and what the audiences want to hear. So an example here would be that, and again, I'm just going back to that sustainability piece of content that we had created. Now, if you look at your standard sustainability reports or videos that people create, you would look at a boring 50-pager sustainability report. But if you look at what we tried to create, it was I think about a 7-8 pager full of graphics and a very simple explanation of how sustainability is actually creating an impact, and what is it that Bira 91 is trying to bring to the table. We are not just saying that we will be the first net zero beer company in India, but here's a roadmap. And that roadmap, I mean, I can kind of, all humility, I can challenge anybody to pick up that report, and I'm sure they will understand it. Somebody who has no knowledge of the subject as well. So the work that went into simplifying that message for our audience to understand, I think that's where our sweet spot is, to see what we want to communicate and how we can package even the most difficult of subjects and make them easy for consumers to understand.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Now all this, Aruna was also talking about, Resha, of course, they use a lot of influencers. Aruna was also talking about, we do the right messaging. And when you were talking about the upcoming series of recipes, Aruna, and you also, Resha, that, there are a lot of influencer campaigns. I have a question for all of you all. And I get this question a lot. what is the success matrix of a social media campaign? Is it views? Is it, how do I connect? What is social commerce? Will people buy it? So we know how to, I know what, I want to listen from you guys, from your different perspectives. So Arma, we'll start with you. When the series goes live, is it views? What is the success matrix? How do you define that this social media campaign, be it a topical or a campaign or a influencer post or whatever, how do you measure, how do you say that this is successful?
Yeah, it's a very good question, and there are various ways to answer it, and sometimes there are no answers for it. Exactly. Really, if I can say that. So yes, if we should, again, I would say we should not overfret, and we should make it campaign specific rather than long-term specific, right? So what do I want to measure this campaign or this activity on? And that really plays a big role in social media. So for example, the upcoming campaign, we are very clear what our brand message is, and we really want the message out on how fresh our meat is, because it's freshly cut after you order, and there is a freshness tracker when you can see after you place the order. So we want that message to be well entrenched among our potential customers, and that's what we will look at, and we will also obviously be looking at how many views are coming in and how many app downloads are happening, right? That's almost natural. But really the brand messaging getting well entrenched is what we will look at, and there is no direct measure of that except your tracks, etc. But here we are using this route to send that message across. If I've answered your question, Aditi.
Yeah, beautifully at that. I'm so happy to hear that. We'll take it to you, Resha, and I can see Khyati's come on camera. I know we have 10 minutes.
Yeah, we are out of time actually. So just last few comments and we'd have.
We'll just end after this question.
I think Aruna's answered it very well. Okay. It is very dependent on what is your campaign, what is the purpose behind the campaign. Look, some things, organic views, reach, impressions, they're all very interlinked, I mean, because it's going to go out to many only if it's performing well. Otherwise, there's no way it's going out to many, And then, of course, your CPV or whatever else that you track, or, CPI, you know immediately which campaign is performing well or not. The social mention sometimes is a very good way to judge, whether if it's a long form thing, like Aruna was saying, it's a recipe format series, So when we have series or IPs like Sugar Bride we launched last year, once we started hearing people talk about it in comments, on our stories, stuff like that, we know that it is making a place in people's mind. Look, social media is a very quick feedback loop, right? So, I mean, if you're tracking and listening closely enough, you pretty much get to know, but usually views, impressions, watch time, everything is a measure of something. So it depends on the platform, depends on the campaign.
Yeah, beautifully put. Vishal, your take.
Yeah, I think short term would be the same digital metrics, right? Which depend on campaign to campaign. And long term is one clear objective is resonance, which is determined by your brand health tracks. And the second thing is the overall business impact. So while short term is easier, you can, very clearly see in terms of whatever metric you choose, engagement, reach, etc., what is it that you've got. The most important aspect is to know where you're starting from. I think you need to identify all of that right in the beginning, because a lot of times we execute the campaign and then we're kind of, I've seen times earlier in my career where you've executed the campaign and now you're figuring out how has it performed well or not. So I think right from the beginning, you need to be very clear what is the goal, what is the objective, and then just map it short term or long term.
Yeah, makes sense. Long term. Tracking short term, of course, is easier. And if we have the long term goal KPI written, map it to that. And I would also think it also would vary from platform to platform, right? I mean, long form, short form. Twitter, for example, SOV. On Instagram, you'll measure it via hashtags or mentions, like Resha said. Oh, absolutely. I had a couple of more questions for my personal, panel with you guys, but we're out of time, like Yati's told us. I just want to close it with what all of you all said. I wrote it down here. Is something that brands need to experiment. Some brands are doing great. Some brands have not yet cracked it, but they will definitely. If they keep experimenting, and they'll find their sweet spot. Also, I hear all of you all saying that brands should also be very keen on innovation, investing time and effort on innovation, because you never know what cracks, and you never know when will you crack it. And I think those 2 points will be my takeaway. We have a few questions in the chat, but I think Khyati will let it be for the moment. And thank you, Resha, Vishal, Aruna. Thanks, Yati. It has been amazing, and I loved having the chat with you all.
Thank you,
Thank you
Aditya, for
thank you so
moderating.
much.
And thank you, panelists, for spending this time with us and sharing the insights. I'm sure our viewers have taken a lot of key takeaways from here. If you have, then don't forget to tweet it using the hashtag SMLive. Also, don't forget to tag us at social_Samosa. We have a special session that is already in progress on Instagram. Yes, they have already started the session. So if you'd like to join, please go ahead and do so on Instagram, where they're talking about the future of the creator economy. We have Rohit Raj, co-founder and CEO at BBQ Wines Productions, Arushi Sethi, business head at Poland Zoo Media, Vinay Pillai, vice president Clout, and Karan Sonavne, digital creator. They are there in the session, and I'd like all of you to join there. But with this, we also come to the end of our World Social Media Day celebrations. Thank you to all our speakers for giving a context about what is to be expected in the world of social media marketing. I would also like to thank our audiences, that is you, for being such a great support. I would here take a moment to thank our gifting partners, the June Shop, Spice Story, 4700 BC, Fitspire, Moonshine, Tags, Artisante Fine Foods, Coffeeza, and the Switch Fix. Thank you so much. Like I said, this is however not a wrap. Join us on Instagram for this wonderful session that is in progress, the future of the creator economy. Thank you so much, everybody. This is being moderated by Mrinal Mathur Rajwani, Managing Partner, Social Samosa Network. So we are looking forward to seeing you there on Instagram. Till then, have a great evening.